Ready? Play.
I can't remember when Steve first came on the show. Maybe end of 2023, beginning of 2024. I feel like we did an Aussie Open semi-final preview before, maybe even 2 years ago for Jannik against Novak.
Yes.
That particular one.
Yes, I think you're right. I think that's absolutely right.
That might have been the first time we did one of these, and we're going to be doing exactly the same match again at the same stage of the Australian Open. How surprised, or should I say how unsurprised are we that we are going to see a repeat of this match?
Listen, looking at it from two perspectives, John. First, pre-tournament to now, not a bit surprised. But when you consider what happened to Sinner, how he was cramping and nearly out of the tournament against Pizzeri, and then you look at what happened to Novak last night and how he's down 2 sets, and as he said himself, he was on his way home in his mind. And Musetti, he didn't realize, of course, that Musetti was already hurting in the second set. Be that as it may, he had to really escape there and get that break up in the third before Musetti said, "I'm done. I've got nothing. I can't move." So those occurrences change it a bit, but in the final analysis, we thought we were going to get this match, and we haven't.
Yeah, we do. I think with obviously with also the Mensik withdrawal as well, there's a couple of things. I mean, I think Novak himself recognizes that he's fortunate to be here, but particularly because he was down 2-0. But the other thing as well is that he has said in the past that one of, not the only, but a reason for him not being more competitive in these semifinals against Carlos and Jannik over the last 7 or 8 months, because he obviously, got to the semifinal stage. Well, also a year ago when he got to the semis against Zverev, I guess, was that he just wasn't fresh enough. Well, he should be. He's never going to be fresher for a semi-final of a Grand Slam, that's for sure.
Yeah, and think about it. When he was down 2 sets, if he'd made a second recovery against Musetti, he did it at the 21 French also from 2 sets down.
True.
If he'd done that, he was going to be out on that court for more than 4 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And so he was spared that. It suddenly ends after a little over 2 hours. So you're absolutely right. You combine that, John, with the default that he got from Mensik. Yeah, physically he's fresh. The problem is, I do think he was asked afterwards about his rhythm being thrown off by having all those days off. Frankly, I think that is a decent explanation to me, because he was very uneven in both of those sets. He had the early lead against Musetti 2-love with game points for 3-love in the first set. And the next thing you know, he's serving at 2-4 and he's saving break points and barely hanging on in that set. And then the second set was also very up and down. He broke back once, but then got broken again. So I just feel like he's not happy with the performance. But yes, physically, he knows he's got plenty left in the tank, or should. And the only issue he seems to be battling physically is a blister issue the last 2 rounds.
Okay.
So those all work in his favor, John. That's true. But then the other question is psychologically, approaching a semifinal, feeling like he played 3 really good matches, and then he gets a default and then he escapes. And that's not the right. He has to put all that behind him. And just the way Sinner put his episode behind him and just moved past it and played 2 first-rate matches, particularly the one against Shelton. So it's going to be fascinating to see where the intensity level is and the consistency level when he goes out there against Sinner. He wants obviously to start very strong, but you're right. It's a good point. John McEnroe made the same case. That's the plus side. Yeah. But he's coming off a 5-match losing streak against Jannik. Three of those losses are in the slams. One in Australia a couple of years ago, the one you mentioned that we previewed. And then, of course, last year at the French, where he played a pretty good match, by the way, and had set points in the third set. That could have gone 4 easily. Wimbledon, where he didn't play very well, but he was clearly handicapped. Physically, it was not right. You could see it, and the movement was not there. So all of those factors weigh in. All things being equal, physically, he should be definitely up to this task. But Sinner has a big edge on him because he's a younger version of Novak. He's so confident against him now. He doesn't take him lightly, so he'll go out there fired up and taking nothing at all for granted. Tricky set of circumstances for Novak Djokovic to confront. However, he knows, John, in his mind, he doesn't think he could play too much worse than he did against Musetti. Just a flood of unforced errors, and I think I think he won't allow that to happen again. And having been out there, by the way, there'll only be 2 days between matches here, and he will benefit from playing a little bit over 2 sets. Mm-hmm. So having played that match, not a complete one, it still will help him going into this. All of those are factors as I see it. What are your thoughts?
I think in addition, and this is it's not a negative, but it's a question mark. I think we don't really know where Novak is at level-wise, because this year we haven't really seen him truly tested until today, and it obviously wasn't going very well. But in the first 3 rounds, because don't forget he skipped that tournament. I think it was Brisbane he was going to play, or Adelaide, one of the two, just before
right.
AO.
Yeah.
And so we didn't see him for a long time. Obviously, he didn't play the ATP Tour Finals either. That's back in November. So I think there's a question mark there. And also confidence-wise, I think he doesn't know probably where he's at. I mean, we obviously saw an example today, and it wasn't amazing, the level that he showed. But the problem was for him the first 3 rounds against Martinez, Maestrelli, and Van der Zandschulp. these are not people. Martinez on a hard court is probably never going to test Novak. Maestrelli is new to this level of tennis. Botic has his limitations. Yes, he's had one or two good wins in his career, notably Carlos, but ultimately Botic against Novak should be a straight sets win for Novak, and that's how. So we just don't really know, and I think therefore he probably, if he'd have beaten Musetti in 4 sets today, that would have been the ideal scenario for him to come through, still be fresh enough, but to know his level is pretty close to where it needs to be at least be competitive with Jannik. As it is, there must be a lot of doubt, even in a 24-time Grand Slam champions like Novak's mind.
All great points. I would say, though, from inside Novak's mind, based on what he's saying, he felt that regardless of the level that they presented, his 3 opponents, that he was happy with his game. Okay. He thought he played great. He did get challenged in the 3rd set by Botic. Had to save a couple of set points at 5-6 and did so quite remarkably. One was a forehand winner down the line clean, and the next a great pickup off the return that he eventually goes on to win the point, closes it out in a tiebreak. So that could easily have gone 4. And Botic did beat him as well as Carlos. He beat Novak last year, Indian Wells. So, so you have all those factors. I agree with you. It was a good draw. But the point is he didn't make it complicated. And he was hitting the ball well, and he was serving quite well in all of those matches, and pretty good off the ground. So I just think he was ready to take that step up against Menchik and didn't get the chance. And then assumed, even with all those days off, that he would do so against Musetti, that he would take his game up, he would raise it as was required. And it didn't happen, obviously, in those 2 sets. So I don't know. All these things are swirling around his mind. I think his team, John, is going to tell him, just forget about the default, forget about how you played against Musetti. Jannik was lucky too. Jannik could have been out of this tournament with cramps. He knows that too. So you both have had some good breaks. Now it's just you and Sinner on the line, and you now it's reached the point where you are the clear underdog, not even a slight underdog, a clear underdog. So I think that's a good position for Novak to be in, to start that match and to want to prove people wrong. Because I don't know how you feel about it, John, and McEnroe commented on this, but he's made this comment so many times about Carlos and Sinner, and we know they're the 2 best in the game, but I'm going to keep fighting to the end. I would have preferred to hear him say, just from the standpoint of knowing he was believing himself, but I still believe my best can beat anybody, as opposed to I'm going to keep fighting and I wouldn't be here if I didn't think I could win the tournament. It's quite honest, I think, on his end, what he's saying. But I would have hoped that he might have been believed more, that he could take his game up to a level where even an informed Sinner could lose to him.
I mean, obviously his best 2015, beginning of 2016. I think he spoke about this in an interview with Piers Morgan recently, about how he just felt like he was floating in terms of his level there. And of course, I think he's touched that level. For example, in 2023, very good year for him with, I think, 3 Grand Slams that he won in 2023. Also in 2021, when he was obviously 1 match away from winning the calendar slam. So he's touching it. So when he's his best, of course, is probably the best of all time. So therefore, including Jannik and Carlos, at least what we've seen from Jannik and Carlos over their shortened careers. Is his best now? Yeah. His best now, I think, because we saw at the French Open, 7 months ago, but close enough in recent time to know his best level can compete with Jannik's over 1 set. Can it over 3 sets or best of 5? Can he maintain that level? Well, that's a question that I guess he's just being honest. He doesn't know. Or maybe
he doesn't know. But that match you're mentioning, John, that's interesting, the French one. Yeah, I hear you. And it was the 3rd set that you're referring to. I think the problem is he didn't start that well in the first. He played okay in the first, played much better in the second, and had his chances, and eventually lost at 7-5. And he was in that set. And then the 3rd set, it was where he had the set points.
Sure.
So I feel like the key, to me, the whole key is he's got to win that first set. He absolutely needs to win that first set. And I think he knows it. So he's got to pour his heart and soul into building that lead. And, getting off to a blazing start. Easier said than done, but I think he has to be ready to come out of the blocks in that fashion, as opposed to Roland Garros, where he was feeling his way into the match.
Regarding Yannick, I feel differently today to how I did 72 hours ago or so, in the wake of that Spit City incident, result, etc. As in, I know now we're going to be playing almost certainly the night match. It'll almost certainly be the second match. If precedent is anything to go by, the first semi-final will be sort of mid to late afternoon, and then the next one will be effectively a night match, and it should be Novak against Jannik. I think that is kind of good for both players. I think Novak, generally does prefer playing at night in Australia. I think for Jannik as well, with the temperatures just being a little bit lower down in terms of his physicality, I think that should help him, because of course it was super hot that day against Spit City. But what we've seen since then, and in particular against Ben Shelton, it's kind of we're back to square one. And by the way, square one with Jannik is a very good square to be in, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it is. Now, good assessment. Listen, Jannik, he's put that cramping match behind him. He didn't play great in the next round, but then you could tell how pleased he was with how he performed against Ben, who has improved enough that I thought coming in, Ben was likely to get a set.
Me too.
I thought, he'd lost 8 in a row, Ben coming in after beating Sinner the first time they ever played, but there were 7 tie breaks in those matches in a 19-set losing streak heading into this one. He got to the tie break 7 times. He just loses all the breakers. But I thought maybe this time he steals a breaker and makes it much more competitive than it was. So I think that's to Yannick's credit, that he beat a Shelton who had been performing remarkably well this whole tournament, protecting his serve well, better off the ground, attacking a lot, volleying with more authority. There were a lot of improvements that he had put on display. And yet Jannik took him apart more comfortably than any of their recent Grand Slam clashes. So that bolsters his belief in himself, that he met that test so admirably.
Yeah, I feel very differently now about Jannik as a result of the Ben match. Basically, I'm like you. I think I might have gone 5, but I certainly thought that Ben would get a set, just because of how close Ben had been a year ago, serving for the first set.
Right.
Ben did a great job of doing something to Carlos at French Open, which very few players in the world can do. I mean, he took a set off him, for example. I think only players like Lorenzo and Jannik, of course, in particular, can do that. So I think he didn't. I think Ben may be a little disappointed in that Wimbledon quarterfinal against Jannik, that he didn't produce or get a bit closer there. We don't really know what his level was at in New York, but I was optimistic that if he met Jannik or Carlos at some point as the tournament progressed, that, again, US Open is probably his best slam, although Australia would be a close second. So I thought, he'd shown in his performances against Casper in particular in sets 2, 3, and 4. I thought that level was going to be good enough, especially as I had 1 or 2 more doubts about Jannik, to make that more competitive.
Yeah, I felt precisely the same way. It was very impressive. Granted that Casper got a bit tight at times in those last 3 sets, particularly was serving at 4 or 5 down in the second when Ben got it back to 1-7. Be that as it may, those were 3 very solid sets from Shelton, very impressive sets, a lot of poise. He won that match pretty decisively in the end and served quite well the last 3 sets.
Yep.
So, I was encouraged by that, but I also was encouraged by what he did against Vachereau, close sets all the way through and a tie break to end it. It had been a very good tournament for him and a very encouraging tournament. So there's no doubt that this was like getting some cold water thrown in his face. I mean, I'm sure he comes away a bit dismayed, but he's a hardworking, very determined young man. So I think, he'll move past it. But more importantly is I think it just makes Jannik, it gives him that dose of confidence.
Yeah.
Not that he often lacks it, but it makes him feel like he's building and starting to peak. And we'll find out much more in the Novak match, depending on how Novak plays. But let's just say that Novak plays quite a good match against Jannik, and it's kind of reminiscent of Roland Garros. But this time, maybe Novak somehow gets a set. Not sure I'm giving him a set, but I think he's got a shot at one. if that's a high quality 3 or 4 set confrontation, and Sinner serves well and is content with how he's played from the backcourt, and just is overall happy with his level, he'll come into the final in a very good frame of mind. So because it would be a good follow up to what he did against Ben. So
Yeah.
and it's interesting that Ben's father interviewed, of course, during the match, as he often will be on
Oh, okay.
American.
He was spoken to. I know sometimes that's happened, but it happened again today, did it?
Yeah, he did it again, and he's quite good natured in these interviews. But at one point, he said, and not begrudgingly, by the way, he just said, "Sinner is a machine." Well, we've all said that at various times, right? But it was, I thought, quite a compliment coming from him, watching his son competing against Sinner, and he said it with sincerity. So worth noting.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
So, who's winning, Jannik Sinner or Novak Djokovic?
Well, I'm going with Sinner. I think it would be a great story if Novak pulled a startling upset, which it would be at this time.
Mhm.
And again, I am expecting him to play, just significantly better than he did in that match when we said, I am expecting to put it behind him. I'm expecting him to play probably his best tennis of the tournament.
Mhm.
But I think in the end, he does squeeze out a set. I'm going to give him that set in the end. I've been tossing that back and forth. I'll say in the end, Sinner wins it in 4 with Djokovic winning the second set.
Okay.
What about you? What about you?
Yes, similar sort of pulling. I mean, yes. Listen. It's almost impossible for us to predict a Novak Djokovic win. That doesn't mean that in a couple of days from now, Novak Djokovic has won because of X, Y, or Z. But we have to look at the evidence in front of our eyes, and I think we've laid it out over the last 15, 20 minutes or so. And all of that points to a Jannik Sinner win. I'm actually going to go straight sets.
Okay.
Just because also since that 2024 semi-final with Jannik, I think the gap has grown a little bit between the two. So that day, Novak got a set, but you and I both agreed that Novak's level just didn't get close to what he should have produced that day. Right. So in fact, that probably should have been a more competitive semi-final, et cetera, et cetera. That doesn't mean that Jannik doesn't win it in the end. But what we've seen in the 2 years since in their meetings in Beijing, I think it might have been the ATP 500. It was a straight sets win. So it was 2 tie breaks, but I think there was a gap between them. What we've also seen at French Open last year, albeit the third set was very competitive, but I think Novak in the semifinals again, a semifinal against Carlos, for example, in September, and also the other meetings that he's had with these guys, it feels like the gap is growing. And I'm also looking at those 2 sets against Lorenzo. So that's we need evidence from this tournament. If he'd beaten Lorenzo in 4 sets, then I might be going, you know what? He might be able to beat Jannik Sinner and he might be able to get 1 or 2 sets. But I think at the moment, what I'm seeing is a very close 3 sets. And I think the first set in particular, as you highlighted, is crucial. And it might well be the closest. But I then think because of the level I'm seeing from Novak in that Lorenzo match in particular, I'm going Jannik in straights. And it's also because of what Jannik did to Ben today.
Yeah, no, those are all fair points. All fair points. I mean, look, the match in China, he in the first set, he held his serve all the way through. Actually served quite well in that match.
Serving is going to be huge, by the way. And that is one thing that Novak could definitely feel confident about. Might not have been great today, but over the last 2 years since Novak has been sort of, let's just say, slipping down from the absolute top of tennis to sort of 3rd or 4th best player in the world, when he has got good results like he had in Miami in his run to the final there, it was because he's serving as well as he's done in his career, I would argue.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. Deadly accurate, incredibly precise, to all the corners, and I think the heft of his forehand, when his forehand is on, it was a bit off today. When he was timing it well, he hit some winners and some great forcing shots, but he was missing a lot more than normal today. But I think the combination of the serve and just going for more velocity off the forehand to cut these points a bit shorter. But that's so hard to do against Jannik. It's so hard to do because he's not giving you many openings to hit winners. He's not. those that he has, those that he finds he needs to take advantage of. But Sinner is probably the toughest player for Novak to employ that strategy against, because he will stay in those points and he's on top of you all the time. And he's got so much weight on his own shots. Not to mention the big issue that back to serving for Novak playing Jannik is also finding a way to break Jannik. In most of these matches, that's just not happening, and he couldn't do it in the China final a couple of years ago. And
it was Shanghai. My bad. I think
Shanghai.
I said
It was Shanghai, right? And I think the second set was not a tiebreak, by the way.
You're right. Yeah.
The first set was, but it doesn't matter. It was a really good quality match, and it was a far better performance than Novak had given in Australia. But then since to have those two drubbings at the majors last year, back to back at Roland Garros and Wimbledon, with Wimbledon being worse, didn't help. And I feel like, okay, he can look at this as a new opportunity. It still gets back to what you said at the outset. At least he's got the physical freshness and the vitality to go out there and be ready to give it everything he has inside him to make an impression. And that's the most encouraging part of me. But I just feel like at this stage, you're giving away too many years. I remember Pete Sampras telling me when I was writing the book on him, John, it's a running game. It's a running game. And how Roger, Novak, and Rafa, all at that stage, we were talking about the big three and how they all did that better than anybody. Well, Sinner is just so much younger, Sinner and Alcaraz. And it's amazing that Novak was able to still even fend them off in 23 and to fend Carlos off in the Olympics in 24 and again here last year at the Australian Open. Remarkable. But Sinner reminds me so much of the younger Novak in the sense of how little he gives away and he's unrelenting. And, he's got a bigger serve. It's a different kind of serve than Novak's, but he makes it very hard to break him. And then from the baseline, he's giving you nothing and he's pounding away with great depth and precision and making you earn every point. So in a way, in a sense, he's looking in the mirror at Novak Djokovic in his mid-20s.
Agree. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
Ready? Play.
I can't remember when Steve first came on the show. Maybe end of 2023, beginning of 2024. I feel like we did an Aussie Open semi-final preview before, maybe even 2 years ago for Jannik against Novak.
Yes.
That particular one.
Yes, I think you're right. I think that's absolutely right.
That might have been the first time we did one of these, and we're going to be doing exactly the same match again at the same stage of the Australian Open. How surprised, or should I say how unsurprised, are we that we are going to see a repeat of this match?
Listen, looking at it from two perspectives, John. First, pre-tournament to now, not a bit surprised. But when you consider what happened to Sinner, how he was cramping and nearly out of the tournament against Pizzeri, and then you look at what happened to Novak last night and how he's down 2 sets, and as he said himself, he was on his way home in his mind. And Musetti, he didn't realize, of course, that Musetti was already hurting in the second set. Be that as it may, he had to really escape there and get that break up in the third before Musetti said, "I'm done. I've got nothing. I can't move." So those occurrences change it a bit, but in the final analysis, we thought we were going to get this match, and we haven't.
Yeah, we do. I think with obviously with also the Mensik withdrawal as well, there's a couple of things. I mean, I think Novak himself recognizes that he's fortunate to be here, but particularly because he was down 2 sets to love. But the other thing as well is that he has said in the past that one of, not the only, but a reason for him not being more competitive in these semifinals against Carlos and Jannik over the last 7 or 8 months, because he obviously, you know, got to the semi-final stage. Well, he also a year ago when he got to the semis against Zverev, I guess, was that he just wasn't fresh enough. Well, he should be. He's never going to be fresher for a semi-final of a Grand Slam, that's for sure.
Yeah, and think about it. When he was down 2 sets, if he'd made a second recovery against Musetti, he did it at the 21 French also from 2 sets down.
True.
If he'd done that, he was going to be out on that court for more than 4 hours. And so he was spared that. It suddenly ends after a little over 2 hours. So you're absolutely right. You combine that, John, with the default that he got from Amenchik. Yeah, physically he's fresh. The problem is, I do think he was asked afterwards about his rhythm being thrown off by having all those days off. Frankly, I think that is a decent explanation to me, because he was very uneven in both of those sets. He had the early lead against Musetti 2-love with game points for 3-love in the first set. And the next thing you know, he's serving at 2-4 and he's saving break points and barely hanging on in that set. And then the second set was also very up and down. He broke back once, but then got broken again. So I just feel like he's not happy with the performance. But yes, physically, he knows he's got plenty left in the tank, or should. And the only issue he seems to be battling physically is a blister issue the last 2 rounds.
Okay.
So those all work in his favor, John. That's true. But then the other question is psychologically, approaching a semifinal, feeling like he played 3 really good matches, and then he gets a default, and then he escapes. And that's not the right. He has to put all that behind him. And just the way Sinner put his episode behind him and just moved past it and played 2 first-rate matches, particularly the one against Shelton. So it's going to be fascinating to see where the intensity level is and the consistency level when he goes out there against Sinner. He wants, obviously, to start very strong. But you're right. It's a good point. John McEnroe made the same case. That's the plus side. Yeah. But he's coming off a 5-match losing streak against Jannik. Three of those losses are in the slams. One in Australia a couple of years ago, the one you mentioned that we previewed. And then, of course, last year at the French, where he played a pretty good match, by the way, and had set points in the 3rd set. That could have gone 4 easily. Wimbledon, where he didn't play very well, but he was clearly handicapped. Physically, it was not right. You could see it, and the movement was not there. So all of those factors weigh in. All things being equal, physically, he should be definitely up to this task. But Sinner has a big edge on him because he's a younger version of Novak. He's so confident against him now. He doesn't take him lightly, so he'll go out there fired up and taking nothing at all for granted. Tricky set of circumstances for Novak Djokovic to confront. However, he knows, John, in his mind, he doesn't think he could play too much worse than he did against Musetti. Just a flood of unforced errors, and I think I think he won't allow that to happen again. And having been out there, by the way, there'll only be 2 days between matches here, and he will benefit from playing a little bit over 2 sets. So having played that match, not a complete one, it still will help him going into this. All of those are factors as I see it. What are your thoughts?
I think in addition, and this is it's not a negative, but it's a question mark. I think we don't really know where Novak is at level-wise, because this year we haven't really seen him truly tested until today, and it obviously wasn't going very well. But in the first 3 rounds, because don't forget he skipped that tournament. I think it was Brisbane he was going to play, or Adelaide, one of the two, just before
right.
AO.
Yeah.
And so we didn't see him for a long time. Obviously, he didn't play the ATP Tour Finals either. That's back in November. So I think there's a question mark there. And also confidence-wise, I think he doesn't know probably where he's at. I mean, we obviously saw an example today, and it wasn't amazing, the level that he showed. But the problem was for him the first 3 rounds against Martinez, Maestrelli, and Van der Zandschulp. You know, these are not people. Martinez on a hard court is probably never going to test Novak. You know, Maestrelli is new to this level of tennis. Botic has his limitations. Yes, he's had 1 or 2 good wins in his career, notably Carlos, but ultimately Botic against Novak should be a straight sets win for Novak, and that's how. So we just don't really know. And I think therefore he probably, if he'd have beaten Musetti in 4 sets today, That would have been the ideal scenario for him to come through,
right.
still be fresh enough, but to know his level is pretty close to where it needs to be at least be competitive with Jannik. As it is, there must be a lot of doubt, even in a 24-time Grand Slam champions like Novak's mind.
All great points. I would say, though, from inside Novak's mind, based on what he's saying, he felt that regardless of the level that they presented, his three opponents, that he was happy with his game.
Okay.
He thought he played great. He did get challenged in the third set by Bodek. Had to save a couple of set points at 5-6 and did so quite remarkably. One was a forehand winner down the line clean, and the next a great pickup off the return that he eventually goes on to win the point, closes it out in a tiebreak. So that could easily have gone 4. And Bodich did beat him as well as Carlos. He beat Novak last year, Indian Wells. So, so you have all those factors. I agree with you. It was a good draw. But the point is he didn't make it complicated. And he was hitting the ball well, and he was serving quite well in all of those matches and pretty good off the ground. So I just think he was ready to take that step up against Menchik and didn't get the chance. And then assumed, even with all those days off, that he would do so against Musetti, that he would take his game up, he would raise it as was required. And it didn't happen, obviously, in those 2 sets. So I don't know. All these things are swirling around his mind. I think his team, John, is going to tell him, just forget about the default, forget about how you played against Musetti. Jannik was lucky too. Jannik could have been out of this tournament with cramps. He knows that too. So you both have had some good breaks. Now it's just you and Sinner on the line, and you now it's reached the point where you are the clear underdog, not even a slight underdog, a clear underdog. So I think that's a good position for Novak to be in, to start that match and to want to prove people wrong. Because I don't know how you feel about it, John, and McEnroe commented on this, but he's made this comment so many times about Carlos and Sinner, and we know they're the 2 best in the game, but I'm going to keep fighting to the end. I would have preferred to hear him say, just from the standpoint of knowing he was believing himself, but I still believe my best can beat anybody, as opposed to I'm going to keep fighting and I wouldn't be here if I didn't think I could win the tournament. It's quite honest, I think, on his end, what he's saying. But I would have hoped that he might have been believed more that he could take his game up to a level where even an informed Sinner could lose to him.
I mean, obviously his best 2015, beginning of 2016. I think he spoke about this in an interview with Piers Morgan recently about how he just felt like he was floating in terms of his level there. And of course, I think he's touched that level. For example, in 2023, very good year for him with, I think, 3 Grand Slams that he won in 2023. Also in 2021, when he was obviously 1 match away from winning the Calendar Slam. So he's touching it. So when he's his best, of course, is probably the best of all time. So therefore, including Jannik and Carlos, at least what we've seen from Jannik and Carlos over their shortened careers. Is his best now? Yeah. His best now, I think, because we saw at the French Open, 7 months ago, but close enough in recent time to know his best level can compete with Jannik's over 1 set. Can it over 3 sets or best of 5? Can he maintain that level? Well, that's a question that I guess he's just being honest. He doesn't know. Or maybe
he doesn't know. But that match you're mentioning, John, that's interesting, the French one. Yeah, I hear you. And it was the 3rd set that you're referring to. I think the problem is he didn't start that well in the first. He played okay in the first, played much better in the second, and had his chances, and eventually lost at 7-5. And he was in that set. And then the 3rd set, it was where he had the set points.
Sure.
So I feel like the key, to me, the whole key is he's got to win that first set. He absolutely needs to win that first set. And I think he knows it. So he's got to pour his heart and soul into building that lead and getting off to a blazing start. Easier said than done, but I think he has to be ready to come out of the blocks in that fashion, as opposed to Roland Garros, where he was feeling his way into the match.
Regarding Jannik, I feel differently today to how I did 72 hours ago or so, in the wake of that Spit City incident, result, etc. As in, I know now we're going to be playing almost certainly the night match. It'll almost certainly be the second match. If precedent is anything to go by, the first semi-final will be sort of mid to late afternoon, and then the next one will be effectively a night match, and it should be Novak against Jannik. I think that is kind of good for both players. I think Novak, I think, generally does prefer playing at night in Australia. I think for Jannik as well, with the temperatures just being a little bit lower down in terms of his physicality, I think that should help him because, of course, it was super hot that day against Spit City. But what we've seen since then, and in particular against Ben Shelton, it's kind of we're back to square one. And by the way, square one with Jannik is a very good square to be in, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it is. Now, good assessment. Listen, Jannik, he's put that cramping match behind him. He didn't play great in the next round, but then you could tell how pleased he was with how he performed against Ben, who has improved enough that I thought coming in, Ben was likely to get a set.
Me too.
I thought, he'd lost 8 in a row, Ben coming in after beating Sinner the first time they ever played, but there were 7 tie breaks in those matches in a 19-set losing streak heading into this one. He got to the tie break 7 times. He just loses all the breakers. But I thought maybe this time he steals a breaker and makes it much more competitive than it was. So I think that's to Jannik's credit that he beat a Shelton who had been performing remarkably well this whole tournament, protecting his serve well, better off the ground, attacking a lot, volleying with more authority. There were a lot of improvements that he had put on display. And yet Jannik took him apart more comfortably than any of their recent Grand Slam clashes. So that bolsters his belief in himself that he met that test so admirably.
Yeah, I feel very differently now about Jannik as a result of the Ben match. Basically, I'm like you. I think I might have gone 5, but I certainly thought that Ben would get a set just because of how close Ben had been a year ago, serving for the first set.
Right.
Ben did a great job of doing something to Carlos at French Open, which very few players in the world can do. I mean, he took a set off him, for example. I think only players like Lorenzo and Jannik, of course, in particular, can do that. So I think he didn't. I think Ben may be a little disappointed in that Wimbledon quarterfinal against Jannik that he didn't produce or get a bit closer there. We don't really know what his level was at in New York, but I was optimistic that if he met Jannik or Carlos at some point as the tournament progressed, that, again, US Open is probably his best slam, although Australia would be a close second. So I thought, he'd shown in his performances against Casper in particular in sets 2, 3, and 4. I thought that level was going to be good enough, especially as I had 1 or 2 more doubts about Jannik, to make that more competitive.
Yeah, I felt precisely the same way. It was very impressive. Granted that Casper got a bit tight at times in those last 3 sets, particularly was serving at 4 or 5 down in the second when Ben got it back to 1-7. Be that as it may, those were 3 very solid sets from Shelton, very impressive sets, a lot of poise. He won that match pretty decisively in the end and served quite well the last 3 sets.
Yep.
So, I was encouraged by that, but I also was encouraged by what he did against Vachereau, close sets all the way through and a tiebreak to end it. It had been a very good tournament for him and a very encouraging tournament. So there's no doubt that this was like getting some cold water thrown in his face. I mean, I'm sure he's a hardworking, very determined young man. So I think, he'll move past it. But more importantly is I think it just makes Jannik, it gives him that dose of confidence.
Yeah.
Not that he often lacks it, but it makes him feel like he's building and starting to peak. And we'll find out much more in the Novak match, depending on how Novak plays. But let's just say that Novak plays quite a good match against Jannik, and it's kind of reminiscent of Roland Garros. But this time, maybe Novak somehow gets a set. Not sure I'm giving him a set, but I think he's got a shot at one. If that's a high quality 3 or 4 set confrontation, and Sinner serves well and is content with how he's played from the backcourt, and just is overall happy with his level, he'll come into the final in a very good frame of mind. So because it would be a good follow up to what he did against Ben. So and it's interesting that Ben's father interviewed, of course, during the match, as he often will be on
Oh, okay.
American.
He was spoken to. I know sometimes that's happened, but it happened again today, did it?
Yeah, he did it again, and he's quite good natured in these interviews. But at one point, he said, and not begrudgingly, by the way, he just said, "Sinner is a machine." Well, we've all said that at various times, right? But it was, I thought, quite a compliment coming from him, watching his son competing against Sinner, and he said it with sincerity. So worth noting.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
So, who's winning, Jannik Sinner or Novak Djokovic?
Well, I'm going with Sinner. I think it would be a great story if Novak pulled a startling upset, which it would be at this time.
Hmm.
And again, I am expecting him to play, just significantly better than he did in that match when we said, I am expecting to put it behind him. I'm expecting him to play probably his best tennis of the tournament.
Hmm.
But I think in the end, he does squeeze out a set. I'm going to give him that set in the end. I've been tossing that back and forth. I'll say in the end, Sinner wins it in 4 with Djokovic winning the second set.
Okay.
What about you? What about you?
Yes, similar sort of pulling. I mean, yes. Listen. It's almost impossible for us to predict a Novak Djokovic win. That doesn't mean that in a couple of days from now, Novak Djokovic has won because of X, Y, or Z. But we have to look at the evidence in front of our eyes, and I think we've laid it out over the last 15, 20 minutes or so. And all of that points to a Jannik Sinner win. I'm actually going to go straight sets.
Okay.
Just because also since that 2024 semi-final with Jannik, I think the gap has grown a little bit between the two. So that day, Novak got a set, but you and I both agreed that Novak's level just didn't get close to what he should have produced that day. Right. So in fact, that probably should have been a more competitive semi-final, et cetera, et cetera. That doesn't mean that Jannik doesn't win it in the end. But what we've seen in the 2 years since in their meetings in Beijing, I think it might have been the ATP 500. It was a straight sets win. So it was 2 tie breaks, but I think there was a gap between them. What we've also seen at French Open last year, albeit the third set was very competitive, but I think Novak in the semifinals again, a semifinal against Carlos, for example, in September, and also the other meetings that he's had with these guys, it feels like the gap is growing. And I'm also looking at those 2 sets against Lorenzo. So that's we need evidence from this tournament. If he'd beaten Lorenzo in 4 sets, then I might be going, you know what? He might be able to beat Jannik Sinner and he might be able to get 1 or 2 sets. But I think at the moment, what I'm seeing is a very close 3 sets. And I think the first set in particular, as you highlighted, is crucial. And it might well be the closest. But I then think because of the level I'm seeing from Novak in that Lorenzo match in particular, I'm going Jannik in straights. And it's also because of what Jannik did to Ben today.
Yeah, no, those are all fair points. All fair points. I mean, look, the match in China, he in the first set, he held his serve all the way through. Actually served quite well in that match.
Serving is going to be huge, by the way. And that is one thing that Novak could definitely feel confident about. Might not have been great today, but over the last 2 years since Novak has been sort of, let's just say, slipping down from the absolute top of tennis to sort of 3rd or 4th best player in the world, when he has got good results like he had in Miami in his run to the final there, it was because he's serving as well as he's done in his career, I would argue.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. Deadly accurate, incredibly precise, to all the corners, and I think the heft of his forehand, when his forehand is on, it was a bit off today. When he was timing it well, he hit some winners and some great forcing shots, but he was missing a lot more than normal today. But I think the combination of the serve and just going for more velocity off the forehand to cut these points a bit shorter. But that's so hard to do against Jannik. It's so hard to do because he's not giving you many openings to hit winners. He's not those that he finds, he needs to take advantage of. But Sinner is probably the toughest player for Novak to employ that strategy against, because he will stay in those points and he's on top of you all the time. And he's got so much weight on his own shots. Not to mention the big issue that, back to serving, for Novak playing Jannik is also finding a way to break Jannik. In most of these matches, that's just not happening, and he couldn't do it in the China final a couple of years ago, and
it was Shanghai. My bad. I think
Shanghai.
I said
It was Shanghai, right? And I think the second set was not a tiebreak, by the way.
You're right. Yeah.
The first set was, but it doesn't matter. It was a really good quality match, and it was a far better performance than Novak had given in Australia. But then, since to have those two drubbings at the majors last year, back to back at Roland Garros and Wimbledon, with Wimbledon being worse, didn't help. And I feel like, okay, he can look at this as a new opportunity. It still gets back to what you said at the outset. At least he's got the physical freshness and the vitality to go out there and be ready to give it everything he has inside him to make an impression. And that's the most encouraging part of me. But I just feel like at this stage, you're giving away too many years. I remember Pete Sampras telling me when I was writing the book on him, John, it's a running game. It's a running game, and how Roger, Novak, and Rafa, all at that stage, we were talking about the big three and how they all did that better than anybody. Well, Sinner is just so much younger, Sinner and Alcaraz, and it's amazing that Novak was able to still even fend them off in 23 and to fend Carlos off in the Olympics in 24, and again here last year at the Australian Open. Remarkable. But Sinner is just reminds me so much of the younger Novak, in the sense of how little he gives away, and he's unrelenting. And, he's got a bigger serve. It's a different kind of serve than Novak's, but he makes it very hard to break him. And then from the baseline, he's giving you nothing, and he's pounding away with great depth and precision and making you earn every point. So in a way, in a sense, he's looking in the mirror at Novak Djokovic in his mid-20s.
Agree. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
My name is Clara Towson, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
I am Francisca George, and I'm a friend of the show.
Perfect.
Hi, my name is Susan Leemans, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom. Yeah.
My name is Zainab Sammaz, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
Hey guys, my name is Sasha Vickery, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
Hi, my name is Lloyd Harris, and I'm a friend of the show.
Perfect.
Hi, my name is Jan Faria, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
Yes.
Take one. Well done.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Paolini, and I'm a friend of the show.
Wow, Jasmine, you got it in one time.
Ready? Play.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, whatever time it is in the world, wherever you are tuning in from. We are live here just in time for this match to commence. Jannik Sinner is serving first, and he's just won the first point thanks to a nice serve. Good morning, Fergus. How are you?
Hello, how are we doing? I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good, yeah. If something remarkable happens in the next couple of minutes in this match, I will highlight it. But I just want to say a couple of things. First of all, between you guys, really pleased that you took the initiative to get that stream going. Those of you tuning in are going, what is he talking about? Well, I was in a very, very deep sleep at about 4 o'clock this morning when things got underway. So obviously this is also directed especially towards Carson, who did the whole match. But anyone else who joined the stream, I know Brenner and Isabel were there for spells as well. So yeah, just always take the initiative. If I mean, this could happen to you sometime. You might be doing a match at 3 o'clock in the morning and I'm somewhere in a deep sleep. So I always like it when you guys take the initiative, because I'm sure you think, shall we start the stream? Do I wait for John? If you take the initiative, you're never going to get it wrong, if that makes sense. Even if you end a stream by mistake, because I know you thought you did that the other day or something, but it didn't happen. And I remember Jack once was doing a commentary. This is 3 years ago or something like that. And he ended a stream just after it started by mistake. I said, don't worry, Jack. It happens, you know. These things happen, and I can fix it very quickly. And I did, because I wasn't asleep on that occasion. So, yeah, if that happens to you, just what I wanted to do, actually, just while we're here, I would like to test something, which is I want you to go to Google and get the score on a separate window if you can. Meanwhile, Jannik Sinner has held serve. I'm going to get my...
There you go.
Great. So you got it on a separate... Great. Now what I want you to do is make sure, by the way, you're not showing the match or anything. Just the score. You know what I'm looking for, like I normally share, right?
Yeah.
Can you zoom in as close as you can so you've got a real sort of sense of the score, if you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay. You've gone black for some reason. Don't know. That's fine. Now can you go down to the bottom of the screen and you see there's a plus. You'll see an X. You'll see a plus sign with a screen. At the bottom of the StreamYard screen.
Oh, there's a plus next to a person, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Can you left click on that or just click on that?
Yeah.
And it should say share screen, I think. No?
No.
Oh, I see. It says stop screen, yeah?
Oh, wait.
Does
it
say
says
stop?
No, it says that I can, hold on. So there's a plus, and then there's like an edit probably, and then there's settings.
Yeah, you want to click on the plus. Can you click on the plus?
Yeah, and then just says add item.
Curious. Not the person with a plus, an actual...
No, the plus, yeah.
You see a camera and then a plus. If you left click on it, you don't see slides, PDFs, stop camera.
No.
Okay, that's curious. Okay, we'll talk about this some other time.
Okay.
Oh, I tell you what you can do though.
Yeah.
Go to the comments on the right hand side. We've got some spam. So
yes, we do.
If you hover over the spam, rather than clicking on it, you can click on the 3 settings buttons. Can you see there's 3 settings buttons?
Yeah.
Exactly. Ban them and get them out. Great. Perfect. Okay. And you can always do that if you're ever doing a stream and I'm not around.
Okay,
all right,
cool.
let's get back to the tennis. I'm going to share the score now. And I'll probably do a video of how I do this later and send it to you so you know how to do it. It might be because for some reason I'm on the stream that you can't do it. That might be a reason behind it. But anyway, the tennis. Well, obviously we've got Novak serving second here. Mini advantage perhaps for Jannik in this first set, but it is minimal. How do you see this one going?
If this one lasts over 2 hours, I'll be very surprised. I just think Novak is severely...
that passing shot. By the way, your stream might be slightly ahead of mine. 15:30. Go on, carry on.
No. Passing shot's just way too good. No, yours is ahead of mine, actually.
Oh, really? That's unusual, because when you were watching earlier, Carson was ahead of me.
Yeah.
I actually had to turn you guys the volume down during the final couple of... Well, I would turn it up, and then if there was a big point, I would turn the volume down because I wanted to watch it in my real time rather than hearing you guys go, oh, he's broken serve, oh, he's missed the forehand. Because you were ahead of me. So I'm actually ahead of you. That's curious.
Yeah. It's this is, Sinner in straights for me. By not really any sort of struggle. Novak severely undercooked.
15-40 as well.
Yeah,
I also think that Novak hasn't really shown us a level that suggests he's going to be winning Grand Slams since probably the French Open semi-final of last year. He had a good spell, didn't he? He got to the final in Miami.
Yeah.
Then we switched over the clay and he wins Geneva, gets to the French Open semi-final with an amazing win over Zverev, proving that his level was pretty much still there with the best players. He's just missed a forehand and we've already got an early break of serve. Yeah, I thought he was losing to Mensik. I thought he would win against Musetti pre-match, but obviously during the match, I thought he was going to lose it. And as long as Sinner stays healthy,
hasn't won a set since round 3, Novak, which is crazy, assuming that we're at the semi-final stage.
Yeah, I know.
This is going to be lightning quick, I think, unless I think we'll probably have maybe a set where Novak maybe forces, a tiebreak or something like that.
He's got to do more with that forehand as well. There was a moment there where he was attacking on the forehand, and he's really got to either hit a winner or force an error. Not the one where he hits it in the net, the one that preceded that, where the court was basically open for him to just go big. And he more than gave Jannik a chance to get back in the rally, which ultimately he lost.
Yeah, hasn't found a gear yet, Novak.
Do we think Carlos is going to be okay on Sunday in terms of his physical situation?
I think he will be, just because there's a day off, but I wonder. Carlos is like arguably fittest man on the tour. With Jannik's, there's always been question marks around Jannik's, overall fitness and stuff. And Carlos is just unbelievably, physically fit. So I think probably he'll be fine. But it's more the fact that, Sinner's just going to sweep through this, and then he hasn't played a long match this entire tournament. Dropped one set to Spizzeri, and that was, who knows? Maybe Spizzeri should have won. The roof doesn't close. What happens then? But yeah, who knows? Jannik lands back-to-back aces.
Yeah, I've just seen that. Yeah. Interestingly, I was just thinking about this just before we went live. I think just about everybody I've heard from giving a prediction for the women's final has gone for Sabalenka. And I don't see it as being clear cut. And I don't think any of those making those predictions, because you went for Sabalenka, right?
Mm-hmm. Originally I had Goff.
No, I mean just the pre-match final. I'm talking about the final.
Oh, yeah. Sabalenka.
So I think none of us think it's going to be clear cut, but we all either don't know, which if you don't know, and I am close to in that sort of section of I don't really know, I'm not, I think any sort of scenario could be possible, including a straight sets win for Elena, just like she had at the WTA finals. If she produces it and Arena struggles to get going like she did in the Australian Open final a year ago, it could be over before, or not over before we know it, but she could be coming from behind. So, but I think everybody either doesn't know, a bit like me, or they just favor Arena. And therefore, you favor Arena, right? It's like when we do these, sometimes we do a poll and who do you think will win? And apart from the super fans who just vote for the people they want to win, but you might get a poll for that final and it's like 80-20 voting for Arena Sabalenka. And just seeing Jannik, you're seeing the same footage I am with Jannik in this cart.
Yeah.
His brother, by the way, he does seem quite a funny character, his brother. I hardly ever hear from him, but he seems to be a jovial guy. Yeah, I just think that you could put a poll out, an 80-20, but that doesn't mean that there's an 80%, 20% chance. It's probably more like 55-45. But if everybody's thinking 55-45, well, then you're all going to vote.
Yeah, we're going to vote Sabalenka, isn't it? Yeah. Uh-huh. Right, Djokovic serving at love 3.
I also agree regarding this match, Fergus. I also agree with Steve Flink when he said that the first set is huge for Novak. Sorry.
Yes. Yeah. I just think he's undercooked. He hasn't played enough tennis. 3.5 matches where
Yeah.
Jannik's played 5.
I'm not sure I would feel that differently if Novak had won each of his. Maybe if he'd won each of his matches. The ideal scenario, as I said to Steve as well in the pre-match stuff, was that Jannik beats Lorenzo in 4 because that gives him enough time on the court. It also gives him the confidence to know that he can hang with a top 10 player, more than hang with a top 10 player. Beat a top 10 player. But yeah. By the way, I've got 3 of those head rackets that you see. I think both use head. And they might both have the same, what do you call it? The same brand or the same.
Yeah.
I've got 3 of those. Head gave me 3 of those.
That's very kind of him.
I know. I don't really need or want 3. I was fine with 2's great. It's because it's great to have a backup racket. But
feel free to send that my way.
Well, yeah, Fergus. The thing is, right? If you were in Germany, I probably would just give it to you. But it's just like posting it and stuff. And also, when I go to the UK, I normally I go with hand luggage only. But listen,
how often do you come to the UK?
Once or twice a year.
Yeah.
Christmas for sure. And I was there for 3 days over Christmas. I have been to Wimbledon, for example, in 23, I think it was the last time. I'll see if I can get back some point this summer. But yeah, and if I'd known they were sending me 3, I would have said, look, send one to one of my guys. As in you or Brenner or whatever. Oh, yeah. Lovely drop. And yeah, Novak's not chasing that down.
Oh, yeah. The quick shift. I mean, it's just Novak's never going to chase that down. I mean, his movement for 38 is still unreal, but yeah. You have to remember that Botic is a very different player to Jannik Sinner.
That's right. So I heard Steve say the same. I keep mentioning him because it's just been on the screens for us watching it before the match started. How he played against Botic and he played well, but it's Botic van der Zandschulp, and I know he's had 1 or 2 good wins in his career, including over Novak at Indian Wells. But Novak at Indian Wells is a funny thing over the last few years because 30-40. This could end up being a beatdown, I
think it will. I actually think it will be a beatdown.
He's not moving well, is he? It's almost as if Novak has just come off a 5-setter himself.
I actually think like Sinner's movement and ability to stay in points that he really has no right being in it is just ridiculous. But Djokovic just, I mean, needs to say
he'll always have that serve though. He'll always have the serve.
Yeah, he will.
I think he'll be 70 and still be out hit aces.
Yeah, probably. It's like the footage you see of Billie Jean King playing tennis. Can
she still serve quite well?
Oh, I haven't seen her serve in a while, but she still strikes it clean as ever.
Yeah.
And I always thought it's quite funny watching McEnroe play now, as in because his style is like McEnroe would be the definition of a pusher if he played now.
Oh, really?
I think so. That backhand, especially, it's just very pushy.
I haven't seen McEnroe on a court for a while, but yeah, I know some of the videos you mean, but I'm probably that was
a video of him at Roland Garros, just hitting on one of the courts, and it's like there's no real movement through the ball. It's more of a jab.
Okay.
It's quite interesting. But obviously back then the rackets were so different, weren't they? Yeah. So game point here for Novak. Just missed the first serve. Got a lot of spam.
Well done. You were quick there. You're quicker than me. Yeah. Oh, lovely return there. I don't know. There's also something about Novak's demeanor today. I actually felt the same in their semi-final 2 years ago. He just wasn't pumped up enough in that 24 semi-final that they had. No. When I think Novak's level was more than enough to at least hang with Jannik. And yet, I know it was 4 sets, but it was a pretty one-sided match. He didn't get annoyed. I think when he won the 3rd set, there was a little rousing moment. But I want to see Novak, screaming at his team and stuff like that. Feels like a practice session at the moment.
Yeah. Just for Novak, it's just unforced error, so winning point. Novak, okay, well, I don't know. I just feel like Novak's going to have to work so hard to hold, and Sinner's going to hold so easily. Like, is so rare that you, on any surface apart from clay, you have to wait for. You can play a really good return game, and still, and Sinner still holds to 15.
Yeah,
But like on clay, you have more of a look, mainly because everything's slower, you know. But that doesn't mean Sinner still doesn't. I mean, that level against Rude last year in Rome was.
Oh, right, yeah, where Rude just sort of smiled at the net and got some grief there. Oh, lovely second serve there.
Excellent second serve. Novak holds for 3-1. Okay. He's on the board. He's on the board. Because I was thinking, well, though he had a point there for 4-love, didn't he? So.
Yeah, I think I'm still slightly ahead of you, aren't I?
Yeah.
So are you still watching the same way as you watched the previous match? Or were you behind Carson as well?
Yeah, I was behind Carson, yeah.
Okay.
But about a couple of seconds, so. Yeah,
I was a bit more than that. I was about 5-10 seconds behind him. So I I dipped in and out. I had you obviously producing for the last set. Yeah, so I only joined for the fifth set there in terms of
no, it was so good.
production stuff.
Well,
I think if I'm not here, right, I think maybe that's the difference, and you can share a screen by clicking on the plus.
Yeah, I think it is.
Because I think that is useful in the future for you.
Yeah, for sure.
Do that.
I think I don't even know where Zverev goes from here. I mean, that's just
Me neither. Because
it's brutal.
Even if he's got the level, which clearly he had today at times, he doesn't have the mentality, it seems.
No.
I was watching that fifth set, and I know Carlos pulled some excellent shots out the bad. There was a lovely drop shot, I think, maybe in the final game of the match. But actually, there was a couple of very lame ones from him. He had some big forehand opportunities in that fifth set, and he couldn't take me. He was getting so many second serves to look at. It just felt a time bomb waiting to go off in terms of Zverev and his level in that. Once he went up 2-love, I was just, watching him push in rallies, watching him fail to get first serves in. It's a miracle he didn't double fault in some ways. And it was so. I know Carlos is going to rightly get a lot of plaudits, but Zverev lost that as well.
Yeah, for sure. Djokovic goes long with a forehand for 30-love. Looks frustrated at the moment. Seems like he's not quite. It was a great return as well.
Because there were points in that match where Carlos is up in the rally, pulls the trigger, and misses. And that doesn't. You don't get those chances against Zverev when he's playing normally.
No,
because he gets the first serve in, and you're not getting a look in. For example, that's what happened in the 2024 quarterfinal. He just couldn't get into the service.
Yeah.
Zverev was landing 75-80% of his first serves, and it was just done.
I also I think it's just bizarre from Zverev. Arguably his weakest part of his game, apart from his mentality and his mental baggage, is his volleying.
Oh, right, yeah.
And he comes into the net match point down.
I'd have to watch that again. Oh, what's Jannik going to do here? This is an interesting rally. Oh, the Joker smash.
I can just see this. Okay, good.
He did it. He got over the line in the end. But yeah.
Okay, so 30-all. But he came into the net, and it reminded me of the match point versus Sinner in the Roland Garros final. Carlos has got a forehand on the run to pass Sinner, and I mean Zverev is there, but with how big he is, it's always a struggle to volley as well as he does. So I just think it was a bit bizarre. I know, obviously, he's trying to cut the rally as short as possible just to, get out of the match point and reset. But felt as though it's your weakest area. Why would you go into the net when you're facing match point?
I thought Jannik was going to miss there.
Oh, yeah. Longest rally of the match. And it's still going on. Oh, too good. Novak.
There you go. Novak has arrived in this semi-final.
Even he liked that one.
Yeah.
Okay, so breakback point. Remember, only one man has broken Sinner this week.
Spitziri,
and he did it 6 times.
Wow. 6 times.
6 times.
So Ben wasn't able to break Jannik. I didn't see that match.
No, Ben's. It's so frustrating. Like there's such a glaring weakness in the only glaring weakness in Ben's game is his backhand return, which needs for to be a top 5 player consistently, it needs work for sure. His overall general return game isn't the strongest. Good second serve from Sinner.
Yeah, exactly what you thought. I just held back on my thoughts because I wanted you to see it, but I was just like, that's a good second serve.
But yeah,
my doorbell will probably go at some point in the next 20 minutes. So I'll be dipping in and out.
Yeah. Felt as though as soon as Sinner was and the Shelton was on the night session, it felt that it was always going to be very tough for Shelton. That's a fantastic return.
Given how far out the court he was.
Can he force the error? Pulls out the backhand slice. Cross court goes, cross. Tries to go really big, but pushes it long. Novak's still competing. Like, it's been a competitive game. Had that break point. It was a good second serve. When he had a look at the second serve, I bet you Djokovic was thinking, right, here we go.
I think Jannik's a little, what's the word? I think he's not really settled yet in terms of his level.
No. But Sinner still with a point for 4-1. Ace on the tee. Excellent. Right, 4-1-4. Sinner first set.
We hit 22,000 subs this week.
We did.
Thanks to a certain young lady in not at the Australian Open, but at the Manila Grand Slam, as I think I saw Eddie right earlier, very funnily in the chat.
She's doing us a lot of favours at the moment.
She is, yeah. Yes, Brakeman as well. He needs to do something. Needs to talk to Spit City. Yeah, so that racket, you'll see it a very close up in a moment of. I've got 3 of those. One of them I haven't taken out the racket because I might give it away in a competition as well.
Oh yeah, good shout. People have. It's they create break points, but it's about Sinner plays break points so well. It's ridiculously tough.
This bag as well. I'm very pleased with this. Got
this very nice.
Yeah, got it for free from Tennis Warehouse Europe. And the thing is, and I'm not just saying this. I mean, I am partly saying this because they sponsor us, but these bags, right? It doesn't really matter if it says Babolat or Wilson on the side or whatever. But you'll pay 100 or 200 euros if it does. But this is like I think 45 euros, so 40 quid for this 6 rackets, just because it's basically not a brand, basically.
Yeah.
So I think it's just as good.
Yeah. Well, it's not supposed to, do anything fancy, is it?
Right.
I do think if Novak was going to beat Sinner, it would be in these sorts of conditions, mainly because Novak has more time on the ball.
What you don't think Wimbledon he's got a chance?
Not with that absolute demolishing he got last year.
Well, yeah, but I just think that was a bad day at the office, if you like, and he was a bit undercooked. I'm sorry, a bit tired. So there's the one that's not out the wrapper. It's got a picture of Jannik Sinner on it, anyway.
Yeah.
It's a 2026 racket as well. It's like a new version of this Head Speed. I think it's called Head Speed Legend.
Yeah, mine.
Well, so if you want one of these rackets, click on the link in the description below and use
mine.
Code Silk10. What is that?
It's a head radical.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've had this for a while though. It's a little bit beat up.
Yeah, I actually got these rackets at just the right time because I was on the verge. Well, I'm not on the verge. I remember I went to get my racket stringed in about October of last year, maybe a bit earlier, September. And I was like, "Yep." Can you string this? They said, "I'm not sure we can do it." I was like, "Why?" Well, there's some fray at the side of the, on the frame. And she did do it in the end, but I was like, okay.
Good
Are
forehand from
you a
Novak.
racket thrower at all, by the way, or?
No. When I first started, I was, but not a thrower, but
I mean, I don't smash rackets because they're just obviously too precious and too expensive.
yeah.
But
No, I've cracked a racket before. I threw it on the ground once. I was very angry at one point, but no, I've learnt to be more calm. I just scream instead. Don't throw any rackets.
yeah, I say a few curse words and stuff. But,
yeah. Okay. Pretty average return game from Sinner here. Fully love for Djokovic. Yeah, I agree. Actually, Sinner doesn't seem like he's fully settled yet.
No.
But this first set is racing along.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, Novak.
Oh, yeah.
Going for the serve volley there.
Yeah. Returns too good. Didn't pull Sinner out of court position enough to hit the serve volley. Yeah, I saw something about, obviously, the Sinner Alcaraz entire, their dominance. But unfortunately, we have, the challengers the people that are chasing them. We have a big portion of them are, well, not a big portion, but we have 4 or 5 of them that are struggled with injury in that sort of sense. Fils, Draper, Mensik, Musetti, all chasers, and all sat on the sideline currently. Well, I say sat on the sideline. Musetti was, here, should have made the semi-final.
Yeah.
And it was, we just probably need a 6-month spell where they're all fit. Yeah. And we could maybe see a couple more losses, bad days or, perfect conditions for the other player. Like,
agreed.
Those
players you just mentioned are really the 4 biggest examples. Fonseca's just a bit further behind, but his physically, he seems to be okay normally, although I think he had 1 or 2 issues going at this tournament. But I completely agree. I think those 4 players, I would add Ben Shelton to it, although not in terms of physical issues. But
yeah.
But those players you mentioned have all had or do have issues. Is Draper set to come back sometime soon?
Davis Cup, so next week.
Okay.
So
he would have been close then to being ready for this, but
yeah, I think
2 weeks, 5 sets maybe was a
Sinner goes long. I just don't. I think with what happened last year, after didn't play,
that decision for the US Open seems weirder and weirder with every.
Yeah, I know.
I saw him play the doubles, and I thought, and it wasn't a huge surprise that he. I think did he win a match though at the US Open and then
beat Gomez in the first round, and then suddenly I was like, okay, well, he's back. He actually played quite well. He looked absolutely. He played 3 hours 10. Looked absolutely fine, which is not usually something that I would associate with Draper after 3 sort of hours. But yeah, he looked fine. But then I suddenly had a notification on my phone saying, Draper out of the US Open. I was like, this is a bit strange. And then like a day or so later, obviously pulled out for the rest of the season.
I think I've seen Fils practicing. I think
Fils is supposed to be back next week as well.
Great.
Montpellier. That draw is kind of stacked though now. Fils, Hurkacz, Wawrinka.
Wawrinka as well.
Yeah, Felix Auger-Aliassime, Kaboli.
Neck cord there, benefiting Novak, but ultimately Jannik winning the point.
Yeah. Draw's quite heavy, which is usually because it's Davis Cup week. You don't often get a huge amount of
From now on, we should be able to watch tennis in a Euro-friendly time zone for the rest of the year, I think.
Very excited.
I know the North American swing you could point to, but I quite like tennis starting at 5 p.m.
Yeah, no. I'm happy to.
I'm
very happy to. Yeah,
and the US Open final now, both finals are a super friendly time. Like they didn't used to be. It was much later in the day in New York, and therefore I remember that team. Oh, hello, drop shot here. I remember that. Oh, watch this.
Oh, too good. Wait,
I remember that team
ridiculous.
Zverev US Open final finishing at, I don't know, 3 or 4 in the morning. But yes, in the last couple of years, they've brought it a bit forward, so it's more like a early afternoon in New York. So it starts about 8 o'clock in Europe.
UK, yeah.
Yeah, UK stroke Germany.
It's yeah, no, the rest of the year it's fine.
Yeah.
The worst tournaments for the UK to watch, apart from Australia. Well, actually, they're
Yeah,
probably
the
they're
Asian
probably
swing
worse.
is a funny one as well, because obviously it starts about 3 in the morning or something, doesn't it?
Acapulco and Los Cabos are the worst tournament time-wise to watch.
Worse than or equally bad, so must be Indian Wells, surely.
Indian Wells is play starts at like 6 in the evening here.
Yeah,
Like,
maybe 7
it's
here.
not too
Yeah.
bad. Like, I remember it was like
Sinner
around
holds.
Yeah, Sinner does hold to love 5-2. I think the final started at like 9 p.m. here.
Yeah, that's not too bad. That's
No,
the
it's
final,
fine.
but they start really early there, like midday, 1 o'clock.
Midday, yeah. But yeah, Indian Wells isn't great, but it's all right. And then obviously you come over to Europe for the summer.
Yeah, and also the indoor season as well, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Are you a fan of the indoor season?
Yes and no. I actually am quite a big fan of Vienna and Basel. I'm quite a big fan of them as as events.
I wish that they could stagger the final so that they didn't start at the same time. It's just silly in my opinion.
Yeah. And Paris is fun as obviously a 1 week a Masters.
Yeah, I like that. The problem I have, not with Paris, but with Turin, for example, is just the court speed has been so fast.
Yeah.
That we have had, as the years have gone by, that tournament has got better in terms of some of the entertainment. I remember Djokovic and Sinner having an epic in the round robin stage in 23, I think it was.
Yeah.
But I remember in 22 and I think 21 as well. It was just so fast that everyone was just holding serve all the time.
Yeah. Well, 21. Who won that? Was that Tsitsipas?
Yeah, it might have been, or Medvedev. It was the first year in Turin. The last year in London, Medvedev won it, I think, actually. I think Medvedev beat Thiem in the final in 2020.
Yeah.
And then I'm guessing, was it Zverev or Tsitsipas in 21? Might have been Zverev, actually.
Oh, yeah, I think it was Zverev. Yeah, it might have been Zverev.
Yeah, no, 2021? Yeah, I think it was Zverev. Yeah. Yes, Zverev.
Good serve from Djokovic. 15-love.
Who did he beat in the final? Maybe
Dimitrov, maybe?
No. It might have been Medvedev. Jannik Sinner and Cam Norrie were alternates in that tournament, and both came in because Tsitsipas actually pulled out injured, so Cam Norrie played a match or two, and Jannik Sinner filled in for Berrettini.
Yeah. Oh, Berrettini, of course, yeah. '23 was obviously that Sinner Djokovic final, yeah.
Yeah, comfortable win for
the final wasn't close, but the round robin match was brilliant. Drop shot from Sinner, Novak up to it and puts it at Sinner's feet, who can only push it wide. 40-love. Yeah, they played that epic in the group stage.
Yeah, one of the matches of the year for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a very okay.
I've just copied and pasted that from Wikipedia.
Yeah. When did Dimitrov win it then? 17?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. What a long time ago,
yeah.
I would say 17, yeah.
As a guess. 16 was Murray, obviously, and then 18 might have been...
What year did Rafa Nadal win it?
Never.
Very good. Just a little test there, Fergus.
Don't worry. 5-3. Yeah, and it's the only I guess the only thing that Rafa never won.
Yeah, although he only ever won one title indoors in his career, and that was near the beginning, and that was in Madrid, when Madrid was an indoor tournament.
Oh, it was the last Masters of the year, wasn't it?
Could well have been, yeah.
But it was final was 5 setters, wasn't it?
Ah, yeah, you're right. Yeah, and I think was he down 2 sets to love, maybe? In that final that he won?
I'm not sure.
Lubicic or someone.
I think
Anyway,
if it was near the start of his career, I maybe would have been 3 or 4 years old. So, yeah. Sinner ace out wide.
If you were a Novak fan and you could give him one more title, I think it would be Wimbledon.
I think it would be Wimbledon too. I think it's just he has so many.
I think he would draw level. Would he draw level or go ahead of Roger in terms of winning?
I think he would draw level. I think he's got 6 at the moment, doesn't he? Roger has 7.
Could be, yeah. So I think that would be another thing, but I just think that I think his legacy in Melbourne is, well, obviously his legacy everywhere is secure. But all right, let's have a look at this potential final game. It's 15-love to Jannik here. We're seeing a bit of an epic rally, which I want you to tell me when you're at the conclusion of. I'm not at the conclusion yet. Let me tell you that. I am now.
Novak puts up Novak puts up an elite lob on the stretch. I mean, must have been absolutely stretching every muscle he has to get there. But Sinner with a ridiculous smash deep in the court, slice smash, just clips the outside of the line. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah. I think Nadal is going to be there on Sunday. At least that was the plan 10 days ago.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah. That's not surprising, especially now Carlos is there.
Well, not just that. I think it's the Kia sponsorship thing going on.
Ah, right.
Because I think he's sponsored by Kia as well.
Must have thought it was long, maybe? Or...
No, I think he's just having a word with the crowd, isn't he?
Okay.
Anyway, 40-love.
Yeah, 40-love. 3 set points for Jannik to take this first set in just under 40 minutes.
It's had its moments, this match, but it's...
Yeah. I don't think Djokovic has been playing that badly, but I don't think Sinner's at 100% yet.
Going to see another lengthy rally here.
Jokovic just doing everything possible, but that's just too good.
Could be my delivery, so I'll be...
No worries.
I'm going to just play a quick video,
yeah,
and then you'll take us through some of the early stages of the second set.
No worries.
Ready. Play.
And if you're wondering what this little thing is, well, let me tell you now, whether it be tea, coffee, or merely water, it tastes so much better from a talking tennis mug. And you know what? They can be yours if you wish to purchase one from our website. We've also got bags and stickers and hoodies and notebooks. Mira Andreeva. T-shirts as well, of course, coming in both black and white. And we've got a classic jumper for you as well, and many, many other things for you to purchase for excellent prices so you can look like some of the coolest people on the tour. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
Ah, hello.
False alarm. I'm back.
Oh, okay.
I thought my door had gone, but it hadn't.
Just checking my feed, and Mensik just pulled out the Davis Cup, so
has he?
Maybe needs a bit more time to recover.
Let's have a look at some of the stats from. I tell you, I'm going to have a look at some Alcaraz Zverev stats. 5 hours 27 minutes. Was it the longest men's semi-final in history? Maybe.
Yeah. Third longest AO match of all time.
So the first will be Rafa and Novak 2012 final, I guess.
Yeah, do you know the second?
Not Wawrinka Djokovic, maybe?
Murray Kokkinakis.
Oh, Murray Kokkinakis, yes. In fact, I think you might have highlighted that match at some point in the fifth set, didn't you?
Yes, we did.
Right, yes, that makes sense.
Start of the second now, Novak serving first. It's great depth from Novak on the backhand. It's another extended rally. Drop shot, always going to get there. Yeah. Yeah, long. So, was that Roland Garros final the longest Roland Garros match of all time?
Might have been, yeah.
Well, if it's the second longest Slam final of all time, or third.
Total points won in that Alcaraz-Zverev match. Carlos Alcaraz 200, Zverev 194.
Yeah.
I think Sinner won more points than Carlos in that French Open final, I think.
Yeah, I think
it might have been exactly the same. It might have been exactly the same. Might have been. There was something quirky about it. It was either Sinner won more or it was exactly the same number of points.
Good put away forehand from Novak there, 50-0.
Yeah.
Yeah, because obviously the longest match of all time is Mahut.
Yeah, Isner.
And then, do you know the longest ever US Open match?
I don't, but I have one match that in mind that it could be. Was it Sinner Alcaraz?
No.
Okay.
It was. Hold on, just wait for this point to finish.
Yeah, you're going to see a really good backhand from Jannik.
Oh, that was an excellent get from Djokovic, and then
he
pushed it wide. Evans Kachanov, 2024.
Oh, okay, from just 18 months ago, was it?
Yeah, 2024. Yeah.
I tell you who was at. I think Eddie was at that match. I think.
Yeah. Like 5 hours 40 something. Evans was 4-love down, had points for 5-love in the fifth set.
Drop shot here.
It's a good drop shot as well.
Oh, you know what? It was an excellent point. But I think Jannik might be a bit disappointed he didn't get it at least back over the net.
Well, I mean, that's it's an unreal get from Jannik. He did so
well. It is, yeah.
But Djokovic just placed himself right in the... Maybe this is what Djokovic does now. He makes Jannik run as much as possible. I mean, some of the drop shots will come off, yes. Some of them won't, but maybe it's just about, keeping Sinner very much unaware of what's going to go on next. Novak laughing to himself at how much work he's having to do just to win 1 point.
Yeah.
There's 2 points to hold here. Start set 2, though. If Sinner does win this, do you have Sinner winning the entire thing?
Yeah, I mean, I had it pre-tournament, and given the nature of that Carlos match today, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that's landing in.
Oh, God. Point goes on.
Novak doing a drop shot, and it reminds me of some of my drop shot attempts.
Well, this game goes on. Just unreal lob from Jannik.
Look at this drop shot attempt.
That's right off the... that'll be right off the dampener, that will be.
It could well have been, yeah.
Perfect. That's exactly what you would have wanted, I'm sure. Maybe Snelly's just seen something. Oh, maybe he's just saying no way to the lob. We'll see in a minute. Novak serves into the Sinner backhand. And Sinner goes long. Okay. Love one. Yeah, good hold from Djokovic to start set 2. It'd be very interesting if we had an Alcaraz-Djokovic final, but I think Alcaraz would...
Wow, because I just don't know. And I don't think Carlos knows yet. How how he's. I hope he's feeling okay, because I think a final between Carlos against Novak or Jannik could be epic. But I just hope that he's feeling okay come Sunday morning or Sunday afternoon. No, Sunday afternoon.
Yeah.
Sunday evening, actually, really.
Who's covering the women's final tomorrow?
Oh, by the way, just before I answer that question, the AO final as well used to be middle of the night. I remember getting up at 3:00 in the morning to watch Becker in an AO final, one of his last ones, probably around about the year 2000, something like that. Maybe a bit earlier even, actually, late 90s. And and that was like 3 or 4 in the morning. So they've moved it to nighttime pretty much. It starts late evening, or maybe even a bit late, like 6, 7 o'clock, I think. It's normally light when it starts.
Yeah.
But by the time it finishes, it's dark, even if it's a quick one, like when Novak beat Rafa in 2019. But yeah, there used to be like, oh, who's doing the women's final? I've got James and Nick.
Excellent.
And I'm optimistic I won't be able to sleep through that one, because it doesn't start till about 9 o'clock, I think. If you're also doing a stream, and I am in that situation, which shouldn't happen now until probably New York, but you never know.
Yeah.
There is normally saved as a background. I've normally got this thing saved as a background, if you see what I mean. I actually uploaded this yesterday, so you can always play that, and it's normally in where you see backgrounds, where on the right hand side, where you scroll down, you get to backgrounds, and then I normally play Feeding the Ducks.
Yeah,
that music, and it's a good sort of tease that I can play for half an hour, sometimes more. Sometimes I'll play, in fact, for some of the Ayala matches, I could see that so many people were waiting, and also knowing how Filipinos are quite new to tennis, they're like, when's the match starting, etc. So I would play the music, occasionally talk to people in the chat, but I would also share a screen with a timer. I don't know if you've seen this at all. But I would share a countdown. And I'm guessing on the time of the start of the match. But yesterday I started, and it turned to be just about right. And I just shared this screen, basically, which you're going to see now.
And countdown.
Yeah, and I changed it to this as well. So that way it was kind of small. So it's just like in the middle. And you saw Ayala against Osorio as the other thing. And yeah, that's a nice little teaser.
15:30. No, sorry, 30:15. Sinner with an ace sanity after losing the first point of the service game, but Djokovic was very much in that rally at love 15. Maybe a bit disappointed that didn't win the point. Frustrated there as he goes along with the forehand. Seems that he just can't figure out what to do. I thought Darren Cahill was leaving at the end of the season.
Oh, there was about 3 or 4 different sort of stories, which, to be fair, he was responsible for in many respects on that. He was, I think, initially, about May of last year, or it might have been after the French Open, sometime May, June time. He said, yep, I'm leaving. Then I heard, Pam Shriver told me that on air as well, like not in confidence, said that Cahill told her at a barbecue last year around about August time that there was like a friendly conversation, a friendly bet the night before the Wimbledon final, that if he won the Wimbledon final, Cahill would stay on in 2026. He does win that Wimbledon final, and shortly afterwards, Cahill says, actually, I think, something like this, I think I'm going to stay on. What's going on here with security, by the way?
No idea. Ketchup and mustard.
I think it's about boisterousness, I guess, rather than what they're wearing. I do know that the Australian Open, though, is a bit ridiculously strict, like people getting thrown out for wearing T-shirts that they don't like, basically.
And New York's the complete opposite. You can...
Yeah.
And then obviously, they're all four slams are very different in that sense. Is that, oh, he's going to get there, isn't he? No, okay, does well. Novak pulls out the drop shot, but it's a very good drop shot. I mean, when you have, when it's a Frenchman on Philippe Charteris.
Well, actually, the outside courts is really crazy.
They're actually very... What what was it? Was it last year that they had to stop play because the court next to them was being so loud they thought something was going on.
They banned drinking as well. I don't know if that was last year or the year before. They banned drinking as well, I think.
Yeah.
Which
I think it was like Mute was playing someone on like court 7.
Wow.
And it
Mute
was
on an outdoor court at the French Open is just
it was brutal.
I don't know. I like it. I've seen other players, like random players, like a Hungarian Vucevic. I've seen him get sort of like a bunch of Hungarians going, if you like, and
yeah,
French Open.
Well, it was even at this tournament qualifying. Prismic has had a big, crowd of Croatians in a corner.
Okay, yeah. Well, there is in Australia and Melbourne in particular. There's a huge, first of all, Greek diaspora. That's the biggest, but actually Croatian and Serbians too. There's a huge sort of Croatian, and that's why you get like a lot of, and I don't know what their ethnic backgrounds are exactly, but you'll get like Tomjanovic, for example, and a few other itches that are of one of those Balkan descents.
Great.
Obviously, you've got a lot of Greek ones like Kyrios and Philippoussis. Those guys obviously have a Greek background.
Good hold from Djokovic, his easiest hold of the match by a while. Yeah. But yeah, there's the outdoor courts are always especially rowdy. You usually get a group of guys around 25 years old that have had quite a lot to drink, and they, as soon as the match goes over 3 hours, things start getting pretty loud pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And it's matches that you would never, think get rowdy, but the longer they go on, the rowdier it gets, and the more people start, crowding around when there aren't seats really, but they're just standing and watching. It's like by the end of that Evans-Kachanov match, I mean, it was just absolute. I mean, I think it was on like court 8, so there's minimal seating, and it was just absolutely bonkers on that court.
Novak has just got to keep serving like he is.
He's serving very well, actually. Sinner not actually returning as well as he usually
There we go. That's my door.
There you go. Sinner misses that first serve. Wonder. Oh, my word. It's a ridiculous return from Djokovic, but Sinner somehow deals with it. Good forehand up the line. Oh, goes for the drop shot. Okay, goes for the drop shot and does really well, actually. Sinner gets there, but didn't deal with it well enough. And Djokovic puts away on the backhand volley. Okay, well, maybe the drop shot's reaping a few rewards for Novak so far. This set, anyway. But we'll see. Feel as though Djokovic has more of a restraint on Sinner, or is definitely more, I wouldn't say in it, but yeah. Sinner has Djokovic on the stretch. Big time there. 50-0. Sinner made to work a bit more, though, I would say, so far. If you're just joining us, we obviously had an absolute classic earlier in Zverev Alcaraz. Alcaraz winning 6-4, 7-6, 6-7, 6-7, 7-5 to make his first Australian Open final. And now it's the second men's final in Jannik Sinner and Novak Djokovic. Sinner winning the first set 6-3, and we're on serve 2-1 in the second. Sinner not playing 100%, I'd say, as of yet, but Djokovic also playing quite nicely. And has a little look here now, 15-30. Few unforced errors creeping into the game of Jannik Sinner, actually, more than you would usually associate with the Italian, anyway. If you are here, please hit subscribe if you're new. Hit like. Say hi in the chat, anything you want. Feel free to interact. It'd be great to hear from you guys. Sinner goes up with the ball toss, lands an ace down the tee. Just when you think Novak's in a service game, Sinner snatches it away from you. How often do we see that? Winning 88% on his first serve, but winning 44 on his second, which is something that you won't like, but Novak is the greatest returner of all time, so, you know. Okay, so 30 all, still a big point here. Djokovic still in this Sinner service game. Finds the backhand return. In the point now. Sinner goes for a drop shot. It's not actually a great drop shot. Redrop from Djokovic. Okay, and Sinner pushes wide. So we will have a break point for Novak, a second break point of the match and of the set, actually. Oh, no, not of the set. That was last set we had a break point, didn't we? Can he take it? Can he see a second serve? Can he have a look at how often do we see Sinner find a first serve when he very much needs it? Sinner facing break point. Finds, oh, it was in the Djokovic arc, really. He'll be disappointed he didn't make that. Sinner escapes again. This is the challenge, you're right, Snelly. I just feel like he should have made that return. I know it's very much easier said than done, but that was right in his arc and he would have felt as though that was there for him. But still juice. Sinner goes up with the ball toss, goes out wide. Djokovic finds a quite ridiculous return. Backhand to backhand exchange. Who's going to change? Djokovic goes line. Sinner goes line again. Djokovic really leans on that backhand. It's a great rally. Sinner goes long. Okay, so second break point for Novak to jump ahead in set 2. Djokovic almost coming alive here. Sinner hasn't responded as of yet. Can Djokovic either look at a second serve or find a big first serve return? We will see. Okay, where does Sinner go? Feel like his best chance is to go wide. Feel like it's where he's got the most success. Sinner goes up with the ball toss, goes tee. It's a great first serve. Djokovic standing more to the backhand side, thinking he's going to go wide, but Sinner goes up the tee, finds it. Great first serve. Back to juice. Yeah, Novak moving quite well. Very well. Sinner saves 29 of the 35 break points he's faced this tournament. That's quite ridiculous. Another great return from Novak. I mean, that's just ridiculous defending from Sinner. Novak going after every single ball. Novak finding every single ball. Okay, ultra aggression from Djokovic, and he'll have a third break point of the game. Novak fighting in this game. Feels like this is the one. Has to take it. Has to take it. Return points won in set 2. Djokovic 43%, Sinner 20%. What can he do on his third chance? Sinner goes up for the toss. Novak finds the return, just a chip return. Forehand to forehand exchange. Sinner goes long. So Djokovic with a shake of the racket and a wave to the crowd. We have 3-1 Djokovic in set 2. Didn't see that coming. Very inspired from the Serbian. Just under an hour in, and Djokovic leads in set 2, 3-1. I mean, I wouldn't say actually Sinner did a whole lot wrong in that return game, sorry. But Djokovic playing lights out. Can he secure the break though? Can he back it up? He's been serving very well in this second set. Sinner will go into lockdown mode, I assume. Too good. Yeah. A really good exchange again. These two kind of going blow for blow at the moment. It was a good backhand slice down the line to come in off. Really knifed through the court, but Sinner with the forehand pass whips it around the corner. Yeah, too good. So Sinner love 15. Clap of the racket from Novak. Just misses that first serve out wide. Taking a little bit longer on this second serve. Wonder where I'll put it. Goes, doubles. Okay, love 30. Sinner looking to clap straight back. And looks like he might do. Sinner broken for just the second person to break Sinner this tournament. First was Spizzeri in round 2. And he broke him 6 times, which is quite a number. Okay, Djokovic now in a hole, needs to find a couple first serves. Goes up with the ball toss, goes out wide. Sinner finds a very good return. Novak comes in off the backhand and can't deal with the volley. So it'll be 3 break back points for Sinner. 4-3-2 in this second set. That double fault proving very costly now. Novak bouncing, goes, misses the first serve again. Looks like Sinner will be all over this. Good forehand from Novak. And it's, oh my word, it's a brilliant pickup from Djokovic, who snaps it around the corner for Sinner. A brilliant half volley. And it clips the net cord, which gives Djokovic a slight advantage. But Sinner actually got there with plenty of time, but pushed it wide. Expected him to make that. Thank you very much, Christina. Good to have you with us. Okay, so saves one of the break points. Goes out wide. Okay. Saves 2 of the break points. Good serve out wide from Djokovic. 3rd break point for Sinner. I mean, if Djokovic can escape from this, this would be a hell of a hold. But not out of the woods by any means yet. Djokovic bouncing. Goes up with the serve out. It's another great serve. Okay, so Sinner maybe will be left to rue that chance. Now as deuce. Djokovic, Sinner was there for that Djokovic drop shot. And, there was the net cord that came into play, but it felt as though Sinner was there. Plenty of time, really. Okay, now could Djokovic produce a game point for himself? It's another good serve. Goes cross court with the... Oh, strange. You wouldn't usually see Sinner miss that. Djokovic went back in behind with the forehand volley. And Sinner snapped at the opportunity and pushes the backhand long. Okay, so from love 40, we have game point Novak. Oh, wow. That is some hold from love 40. Saves 3 break points, holds for 4-1. Brilliant. From the 24-time Grand Slam champion. But, I mean, I didn't really see this coming, to be honest. I thought that Sinner would cruise through sets 2 and 3 and take this in straights. And he might still take this in straights, but now he's got a much bigger task on his hands to secure a straight sets victory. He has to come from 4-1 down in this second set. Absolutely, it was a huge hold. Yeah. I don't think, to be honest, I didn't think that was coming, especially in that second serve on that first break point. Sinner had chased down the drop shot, but just kind of pushed it. So 4-1 in this second set to the Serbian. Wonder if Sinner's having any. Sinner isn't playing full Sinner-like. I'd say Sinner-like. Oh, is this Zverev's press conference? Zverev was asked about Carlos Alcaraz's medical timeout whilst cramping during their match at the Australian Open. He was cramping. Normally, you can't take a medical timeout for cramping, but what can I do? It's not my decision. I didn't like it, but it's not my decision. We heard you speaking in German when it was first happening and he was taking the medical timeout. What were you saying? I was just said it was bullshit, basically, about them being protected. Pavi G going crazy right now. To be honest, it was 17 hours ago. Well. Not Zverev not happy about Alcaraz getting a medical timeout for cramping, which I actually think, is he actually wrong about that? I think it is legal to have a medical timeout for cramping. Sinner at 30 love lands 2 first serves. I don't suppose Sinner will be hanging about for the rest of this set. It'll be more about whether Novak can hold twice more for set 2. Sinner goes up with the ball toss into the Novak forehand. Great return from Novak. Oh, into the net from Sinner. 30-15. Hi, sports. How's it going? Nice to have you with us. Where are you based, actually? Because I've seen you at like 3 in the morning and I've now seen you at 11:30. My time, anyway. If you're from the UK. But I assume you might be American. So again, Novak in this Sinner return game. Not much activity coming from the Sinner camp as of yet, obviously. The set not going as they had planned. Novak currently on course to win his first set of tennis in nearly a week, I think. This is round 3 match on a Friday. Maybe? I think it was. Which is quite funny. Another ridiculous return from Novak, but I don't think he's... Maybe that was up. Well, Novak did get there, but Sinner holds for 44, holds to 15. A little shake of the racket, and he'll look to attack this Novak service game. Remember, he had 3 break points, had love 40 in his last return game. Did Sinner. Couldn't take them. Novak held for 4-1. Now Novak looking to make it 5-2. in this second set. Missed that first serve. This is a big first point here. I feel like it will set the tone. Good second. Goes long. Okay, love 15. Not happy though. He is pumped up. John was talking earlier about how he didn't feel that Djokovic was pumped up during their 24 meeting. And now he feels like he's in this one, which he is. He's been very competitive so far. Oh, such a good forehand from Djokovic. 15-all, forehand winner. Yeah, very good. Sinner only watches that one go by. 15-all. Misses the first serve again. Falling over on that serve out wide. Second serve into the forehand. Oh, Djokovic goes long. Okay, 15-30. Again, Sinner in with a shout in this service game. Feels as though it's going to be whether Novak can hang on in set 2. Misses that first serve again. What can he do with the second? Does he go up the tee again? Does he go out wide into the Sinner backhand? Guarantee Sinner will go cross or tries to run around this forehand. Does go into the forehand. Good change of direction from Novak. Will go up the line. Sinner, good defense on the backhand. It's a great rally. Oh, Sinner just goes wide. Novak hanging in. Novak hanging in. 30-all. God, this is a lot closer than I thought it was going to be after the first set. And remember, Sinner had points for 4-love in that first set, and obviously Novak saved it, held, and Sinner covering more distance than Djokovic so far. 994 meters covered by Djokovic, 1,102 meters covered by Sinner. Djokovic making him work for it. Finds the first serve, does Djokovic. Sinner all over the court. Goes back into the forehand, and Sinner goes long. Djokovic playing probably the best I've seen in maybe since that Roland Garros semi-final versus the Roland Garros quarterfinal versus Zverev, and then that about the half an hour period where Djokovic broke Sinner back and forced a tiebreak in that semi-final. But yeah, Djokovic now with a point for 5-2 in this second set. Misses the first serve. What can Novak do? Are we going to get another classic match? Is Djokovic going to really test Sinner here? His first real test of his championship, apart from that isn't the heat. Djokovic sees the drop shot early. No. Sinner crafting his way to deuce. pulled the drop shot, but Djokovic saw it early, but it was that good of a drop shot that Djokovic didn't really have that much option. Tried to push it back line. Sinner volleyed. Djokovic managed to get there, but easy put away for Jannik. Okay, so juice. Djokovic not out of the woods. Big fist bump from the team. Novak serving at juice. Misses the first serve. Hasn't found the first serve as much as he would like to in these sorts of moments, I don't think. Obviously saved 3 break points last service hold, but second serve into the forehand. Big return from Jannik. Will go line. Novak gets there, lands it on the baseline. Oh, it's a bad forehand from Djokovic. Pulls it into the net. Break point for Sinner. I wonder what Novak's got in the locker, whether he can find that first serve. His box talking to him. Well, we have a point for 4-3 now, after having a point for 5-2. Sinner looking to break back. Djokovic taking his time. Bouncing. Goes up with the ball toss. Oh, ace up the tee. That is how you save break point. Excellent work from Djokovic. He is pumped. This is probably the most competitive he's been versus Sinner. Maybe since the back-to-back aces, and this time out wide. So another point for 5-2 now. Since their meeting here in 24 in the semi-final stage. Okay, so point for 5-2. Djokovic, when he's landed that first serve, has been very, very effective. Sinner not returning as well as I thought he would. And that is 3 big first serves to get him out the game. So saves break point again. And this time it's 5-2 in set 2. Djokovic. I'm just going to look when that his round 3 matchup was, because I think it might be a week since he's won a set of tennis. Which sounds a bit ridiculous, but obviously had the walkover in Mensik in round 4, and then was 2 sets to love down versus 2 sets to love down versus Musetti before Musetti then retired. It was 6 days ago, so his Botic match, so yeah, nearly a week. Which sounds a bit ridiculous. But it is true. But still has work to do. Has to get over the line. 5-2 does not mean you guarantee yourself a set. He is 1 game away. Has 3 opportunities to 3 games. 3-game gap to secure the second set. Yeah, look at that. 24 winners to 12 from Novak. Well, we saw earlier that security were talking to the people dressed up as ketchup and mustard, looking like they were going to get kicked out, but they're still in the stadium. Showing that on screen. Okay, Sinner serving at 2-5. Goes wide. Chip return from Novak. Sinner goes back in behind. Yeah, Sinner 1 and 6 on break points, and how often do you see him be that non-critical, what's the word I'm looking for? Non-prolific. Yeah. I mean, there's multiple words I could use, but that clinical is the one I was thinking of. Well, yeah, how often do you see him be not that critical? Clinical, not critical, on break points. Yeah. Sinner racing through this service game, though. 30 love. Up with the ball toss. Good serve down the tee. Novak returns on. I don't think Novak will be thinking about this service game, really. Just more about how he's going to serve it out. 40 love. Yep. Djokovic almost lets that one go by. Ace wide from Sinner. And in double quick time, we will have Djokovic serving for set 2. Well, I don't think many saw this coming, really, in Djokovic managing. Look at that photo, crikey. Sinner's hair. That's when he still had the possibility of being a professional skier. Instead, he chose tennis. Okay, Novak serving at 5-3 to take us, to make sure, guarantee us that we at least have 4 sets on our hands. Can Novak do it with authority? Misses that first serve by quite a way, actually. I wonder where he's going to target his second serves this game, especially, just to give him the best chance of. Oh, that's a bad double. That is, I don't know if there was something going on in the crowd as he points to the sky, but that's a bad double to start. Just going to turn my sound up, actually. Yeah, second double fault for Djokovic of the match. Sinner yet to double. Needs to find a first serve. Doesn't. Into the net. Went to go wide, but misses into the net. So what's he got now? Pauses. Bounces again. Second serve. That is a big second serve from Novak. Crikey, 192 down the tee, second serve. That is, yeah, just look at that. Djokovic average second serve speed in the previous rounds was 156 kilometers, and it's been boosted to 170 kilometers this round. Being braver with the second serve, an ace up the tee gives him 30-15 and the lead in this game. He's been serving magnificently in this set. Novak, 3 points. Well, 2 points away. 2 points away from making it 1 set all. Misses the first serve. If you're just joining us, Sinner is down in this second set to a resurgent Djokovic. Wow, that was a slow second compared to. Oh, that's not a mistake you'd expect Sinner to make. Djokovic saw that Sinner was standing right back, obviously to give himself more time because Djokovic has, hit a couple big second serves. So Djokovic threw that one in at 122 kph, significantly slower than his previous second serves. But it'll be 2 set points for the Serbian to take his first set since last Saturday. And his first set versus Sinner since this tournament 2 years ago ends with a beautiful forehand cross. Djokovic takes set 2, 6-3 versus Sinner. I did not see that coming, to be honest. But yeah, a brilliant set of tennis from Novak. Got the break and held on. Excellent work. I will be back in 2 minutes. Yeah.
Hey, thanks for taking the time to, well, you haven't got any choice, actually. I'm just talking at you, if you like. But I'm here also to present to you why I think it's not a bad idea and not that expensive as well if you become a member. And this is how you can do it, and this is what you can gain. So if we look here at the Talking Tennis sort of homepage, if you like, on YouTube, we can see this little button here which says join. It is also pinned in the live chat as well, and you can also, I think, see it just below most of our videos, certainly the live ones and so on. Now, why is it a good idea to join and become a member? Well, in the live chat, you can add little funny things, you can add emojis and all sorts of things, but possibly more importantly, you can get to access some live videos, such as this one here, where we look back on the last sort of few moments from the Billie Jean King Cup. So there are little bonuses such as this one, but there are many, many more. And in fact, if we have a quick look at all of the members only stuff, I repeat, you will see very, very quickly some of the top stuff that we've had for members only over the last 12 months since the channel began. Remember, these videos are for members only. You can become a member from as little as about $2 a month, €2 a month, £2 a month, something like that. There are various different things. Oh, and by the way, you'll also be supporting the channel. So it's a win-win-win-win scenario. Let me just show you some of the members only stuff. For example, we've got an exclusive little clip there talking to Laura Siegmund, Laura Tsurenko, her encore interview, some doubles footage there from Monastir, the Germany press conference pre-tournament Billie Jean King Cup, Claire Burrell talking as well to the media in her press conference in Monastir, Storm Hunter and Alicia Parks interview, Rebecca Masarova, her press conference, Coco Gauff exclusive for members only, albeit it was in Madrid, but these are just some of the things, some of the interviews and etc. Like Lestien here, a chat with him, Emma Navarro, and so on and so forth. So many little bonus videos available for just €2 a month. So, what are you waiting for? Become a member. Or don't. It's okay.
Ready? Play.
And if you're wondering what this little thing is, well, let me tell you now, whether it be tea, coffee, or merely water, it tastes so much better from a Talking Tennis mug. And you know what? They can be yours if you wish to purchase one from our website. We've also got bags and stickers and hoodies and notebooks. Mira Andreeva. T-shirts as well, of course, coming in both black and white. And we've got a classic jumper for you as well, and many, many other things for you to purchase for excellent prices so you can look like some of the coolest people on the tour. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
Ready? Play.
And if you're wondering what this little thing is, well, let me tell you now, whether it be tea, coffee, or merely water, it tastes so much better from a talking tennis mug. And you know what? They can be yours if you wish to purchase one from our website. We've also got bags and stickers and hoodies and notebooks. Mira Andreeva. T-shirts as well, of course, coming in both black and white. And we've got a classic jumper for you as well, and many, many other things for you to purchase for excellent prices so you can look like some of the coolest people on the tour. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
So, we are back. It is currently 1-set all. Snelly, you're right. Third set is very, very crucial. I thought we were about to get underway, but Sinner is waiting for Novak to come back from the bathroom, which he is on the way back. Do you think he can win this match, Snelly? Yeah, that is the first set Djokovic has won versus Sinner in 2 years, since this event 2 years ago, which is kind of crazy, to be honest. Okay, so Sinner will serve first in set 3. His first point with a serve out wide. So we've guaranteed ourselves at least 4 sets of tennis. And with the way Novak was playing, obviously, if it's just, you know, the one set, it's a 1 set, you know, off from Sinner. Wouldn't surprise me if it's a big level increase. I don't think Sinner was playing that badly, to be honest. Djokovic competing very well, but yeah, not. There are a few too many errors that you would usually not see from the Italian. Hey Dan, yes, I did. I saw the last set and a half of Alcaraz Zverev. Bit of a ridiculous match, wasn't it? Just Alcaraz, obviously, when Zverev served for the match, completely locking it down. It was Zverev just so tentative. You know, it's such a big moment for him if he could actually come through it in a boost of breaking through that wall. But now there's so much psychological baggage that comes with Zverev in Grand Slam, you know, end of Grand Slam, you know, towards the back end of Grand Slams, that it's now going to become really tricky. You know, saw him walking out the tunnel. He was very dejected, as you would assume. But Sinner holds to love to start set 3. Sinner, Alcaraz could get a fine for medical timeout. Really? It's quite. I didn't think it was actually illegal to get MTO for cramping. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, I would be surprised too. Our producer just saying you'd be surprised if there was a medical timeout for that. But there we go. Right. As Djokovic got it in him to continue the level he had in set 2 into set 3. Oh, just misses the serve out wide. Second serve was very good from Djokovic in set 2. Really ramped up the pace, and then when he knew that he had Sinner sitting on the back foot, sent it in really slow. Djokovic goes for the drive volley, lets it bounce, puts it away. Yeah, it was a great match. Fantastic. Alcaraz just proving why he's the best player in the world. And, just being a bit ridiculous at tennis, isn't he? And Zverev played well, actually. I thought the forehand, actually, in moments, was very good. Like best I've seen Zverev's forehand ever. Because, he's known that his backhand is his secure shot. The one where he produces all his passes and his winners. But the forehand was very strong as well. Another error from Sinner. 30 love. Djokovic can take full confidence from this match that maybe Wimbledon isn't out of reach. Even if he, loses in 4, that set of tennis was unbelievable from Djokovic. Exchange, Sinner on the defensive, and then Djokovic pushes long. Producer is having some maintenance done, so he's not on stream at the moment. 30-15. Good point from Sinner, good scrambling. So Sinner in this return game now, hoping that he can find something. Novak misses that first serve, maybe. Sinner will step in on this one. Wonder how fast Djokovic will throw this one in. Sinner standing right back, so maybe he'll take it a little slower, which he does. Good depth from Djokovic. Ooh, let cord. Sinner into the open space. Djokovic gets away with it, but 2 game points for him. Yeah, Djokovic went big on a backhand down the line and got a let cord. And instead of going back down the line, Sinner went inside out backhand cross court, and there was all the space in the world for Novak on the forehand to put it away. Raises his racket in apology. Okay, so 2 points for 1-1. Sinner winning 50% exactly on second serve. Ace down the tee from Djokovic to seal his first game of set 3. This feels very competitive. This feels very different to any other matchup that we've had Sinner versus Djokovic in previous years. Well, the previous times in the last couple of years. Now, we are currently sat at a dead heat with Djokovic and Sinner being one set all, and this is still a semi-final. But if Djokovic does win, and he does win the final, does he retire on the spot? Well, maybe not, because he's talked a lot about the Olympics in 2028. Now he wants to be there. Who knows? It's a question that will drift in the memory. I don't think Novak will. I'm still uncertain Sinner starts with a double fault in this next service game. Still uncertain that Sinner could get over the line. That Djokovic could get over the line, in this one. But take it 1 point at a time. Djokovic actually now leads technically for the first time in this match, as he's ahead. Love 15. Bad double fault from Jannik. Misses the wide serve. Second serve into the Novak backhand. Great return from Novak. Cross court exchange. Novak goes long on the forehand. Down the line. We'll be disappointed with that. Felt like it was probably an opportunity. These are two conditions that these players really like. Nighttime in Melbourne. So 15-0. Misses that first serve. Sinner not landing as many first serves he would have liked to in the start of this third set. Did hold to love, but a couple of second serves in there. Good return from Novak right on the baseline, but Sinner pins it on the baseline too. Novak big down forehand down the line. Oh, again, Sinner with the depth. So good, forcing Novak back and nets off the forehand. Really good from Sinner. Although originally it was excellent from Djokovic. Superb depth. (30-15). Another good return from Novak. No, Sinner goes long. Okay, 30-all. Novak in this service game. Very much so. Just like to remind you, obviously, Djokovic took the second set 6-3. Sinner had 3 breakback points at love 40 at 3-1. Didn't take any of them. Djokovic held and then held on for the rest of this set. Just found first serve at a very key moment. 30-all, Djokovic finds the return. Sinner chooses not to come in. Deep exchange. Djokovic is so deep in the court. Now is the chance to come to the baseline, and does. Backhand exchange. Djokovic goes inside out, forehand drop shot. That's not going to cut it. And Sinner puts it away. Oh. Djokovic was there in that rally. Felt like it was a bit of a bailout. Maybe not a bailout, that's the wrong word, but felt it was wrong decision. Djokovic had Sinner on the stretch, so decided to go drop shot. The drop shot just wasn't good enough. Sinner also too quick up to it. Very quick to whip that one away off the backhand wing. Djokovic wincing there and knowing that that was a missed opportunity to create a break point. Sinner with the big fist bump to his team. Now Sinner with game point. Djokovic finds the return again. Oh, tries to go big off the forehand, cross court, and nets. So it's 1-2 Sinner in this second set. Yeah, wrong drop shot choice. How quickly can it change? Djokovic was on top in that point. He has break point. Maybe he converts and he really cements himself. Instead, it's 1-2 Sinner in the second set. Should have just gone full power. Maybe. I think there was probably a better option than that drop shot, to be honest. But we'll never know now whether Sinner would have been able to turn that point around or... Yeah. Djokovic taking on some water, pouring it over his head. Clearly, he's very hot. I don't know how hot it is in Melbourne at the moment. Obviously, it's nighttime. It's quite the sight. All the courts still have full floodlights on, even though nobody's playing on them. But yeah. If you are joining us, it's the second men's semi-final of the day. First one was a bit of a classic, 5 hours and 27 minutes. Zverev versus Alcaraz. Alcaraz prevailing 6-4, 7-6, 6-7, 6-7, 7-5. Which is quite the result for him. Obviously, Zverev served for it at 5-4 in the fifth. Topsy-turvy matches. Alcaraz was 2 sets to low and a break before having some physical issues, whether it was a strain in his leg or a cramp. We don't know yet, but yeah, Zverev came all the way back and was on the brink before Alcaraz snatched it away from him. Djokovic wins his first point as Sinner returns wide. That's gone up 1% since the start of set 2. Even though Djokovic has won a set, that's gone up just a 1%. Good depth on the backhand from Djokovic. Again on the forehand, actually. Sinner finding such shape on the ball, goes for the smash and puts it away. 15-all. It's not a bad point from Djokovic. It's just the way that Sinner rang that forehand right into the corner. Djokovic had to go for the defensive lob and didn't have the depth on it to cause Jannik any real problems. 15-all. Falling over when he hits that wide serve again. Second from Djokovic. Jannik's still standing very far back, so I don't suppose he'll throw in a big second here. Yeah, relatively slow second at 133. Jannik not able to come into the baseline yet. Oh, Djokovic lets it go, but it lands in. Right on the line, I think. Djokovic let this one go. Oh, yeah. Right on the line, okay. Now, a chance for Sinner, a gifted chance, really. That was a neutral ball. And Djokovic now with a real chance to... Well, Djokovic now has to get out of the hole, really. Good return from Sinner. Backhand exchange. Djokovic changes to go line. Not too much angle on that. Sinner finding the depth again. Extended rally. Djokovic pulls Sinner out of court position and Sinner just goes wide. Yeah. Very extended rally. Not too... Djokovic holding his chest there. Just stretching out. Don't know if there's something wrong. He's having some chest pain. We'll keep an eye on that, see if the trainer's called. Yeah, looks to be having some chest pain. 30-all. Oh, that is quite the forehand cross from Djokovic. He's hunched over, clearly in some discomfort, but it's quite the forehand cross as he finds the winner. Sinner with a brilliant return, but Djokovic equal to it and now has game point for 2-all. Dug himself out of this hole after kind of making it himself with it, leaving a ball that landed in. Brilliant serve up the tee. 2-all. Okay, Djokovic very much in this. Just needs to make sure he's not feeling it physically. Darren Cahill standing up in the Sinner camp, looking to get Jannik going. Wouldn't surprise me if this is a hold to love. Djokovic looks to be in some discomfort with his chest. Looking up to the Melbourne sky. If you are watching and you're in chat, feel free to say hi. It's great to have you with us. If you're not, please subscribe. It'd be great for you to join the Talking Tennis community. I'd love to have you with us. Ooh, attempted drop shot from Sinner, but doesn't reach the net. So, love 15 Djokovic. Unforced error there from Jannik Sinner. Djokovic speaking to his team, maybe about his issue with his chest. Don't know what's going on now, but we'll obviously let you know when we know. So Sinner serving at love 15. Djokovic finds the return, but Sinner puts that one away. Novak doesn't guess the right way there. Maybe a bit of acid reflux. I don't know. It's quite hard to tell with Djokovic. How many times have we seen it that Djokovic looks like he's done and dusted, but then he pulls out of nowhere. 15-all. Sinner misses that first serve. Great second serve from Jannik. Djokovic not happy about what he's done with it. Yeah, well, Novak's maybe ask for a video replay. It's the crowd. He's unhappy about the crowd in between first and second serves. So up to serve, misses that first. Novak returns to the backhand. Cross-court exchange. Novak switches to the forehand, has Sinner on the run. And Sinner does pull that. So it's 30-all. Novak still in this game. Strange. Sinner making errors that you would usually see Sinner make. Didn't make them against Shelton, but I guess Shelton wasn't as potent as Djokovic has been today. Djokovic really... She's going to be crossing her fingers for a long time if she's wanting Djokovic to win this. Yeah, not as potent on return. Djokovic has been outstanding on return today. So 30-all. Sinner with a bit of a problem to deal with. Misses that first serve again. I'm sure my producer has just seen something. Sinner up with the... Wow, doubles. Okay. Wow. Okay. First double, I think, for Jannik of the match. Sort of bad time if I've ever seen one. First break point of set 3. And it goes to the Serbian. Sinner up with the serve. Finds it out wide. Djokovic finds the return deep enough. He's very deep in the court. Sinner goes for the drop shot. Novak gets there. Oh, Sinner pins it on the line. Sinner pins the line down the line for the pass. Wow. Djokovic was there. It was a great scramble. He actually did well. A couple of inches either side. That's bang on the line from Sinner. Big fist bump. Djokovic points at the line, laughing. Sinner not out of the woods yet. Oh, it's a great serve, and I'll put that away. Yeah. Advantage Sinner. So from break point to game point for Sinner. This has been a very entertaining match. I was not expecting this level of competitiveness from Novak. Sinner up with the serve into Novak forehand. Good return. Drop shot immediately. Novak there. And Sinner finds the pass. Had plenty of time to plan that one out. So it's 2-3 Sinner in the second set. Novak almost collapsing on his chair. Novak doesn't look very well. As we wish I could tell you more, but my stream's just cut to an advert. Looked like he was breathing very heavily. Wish I could actually tell you more, but my stream has just cut to adverts. So we'll see when we get back whether Djokovic is called for the trainer or the physio. Hoping he's okay, because this has been a superb matchup so far. Yeah, I mean, if Novak had got the break in set 3, then things would have started to get very, very interesting. Yeah. Well, just waiting for to come back up. Okay, we're gonna see if Novak is okay. I think no, Novak seems to be okay. Had a conversation with the umpire, but hi guys, lovely to have you with us, Alan and Vinka. Feel free to hit subscribe. Feel free to type whatever you want into chat. I'm happy to answer any questions you have. It's good to have you with us. Novak serving at 2-3. Just takes a bit more time. Steps away. Now we'll step back up to the mark to serve. Second serve. Sinner still standing pretty deep, so it doesn't need to be a great second serve. Another error from Sinner. It's very obviously we know Sinner is he's the robot. He missed consistency, but he hasn't been Mr. Consistent today, I would say. Novak sort of not even putting him off, but Novak's play has been exceptional. Miss that first serve again. The longer Djokovic can stay in this set, the more you feel he has a chance. Good forehand. Sinner can't deal with that one. Just trying to think, when was the last time Djokovic won a 5-setter? None at the US, none at Wimbledon, none at, because he's either, was it Zverev 5 or was it 4 at Roland Garros? Producer. Could serve. No, select. I think Zverev was 4 at Roland Garros. 25 last year. Just trying to think when was the last time. Yeah, Zverev in 4. I'm just trying to think when was the last time that he won a 5-setter, Djokovic. Can't have been. Might have been a little while ago, assuming that he either wins relatively comfortably versus players ranked below him, and then he runs into guys Sinner or Alcaraz and loses in straights or four. So yeah, another error from Sinner. 40 love. Novak having an easier time on serve than Sinner is at the moment, I'd say. So we're about to go into a third hour. As we just hit third hour, 2 hours on the clock. Cerundolo. Yeah, back-to-back 5-setters, didn't he? Cerundolo and big second serve from Novak. Drop shot. Oh, clips the net, toe comes back down. And Musetti, that's the one. Yeah, back-to-back 5-setters. Yeah. Cerundolo nearly took that one as well, didn't he? Musetti one was 6-1 in the fifth, wasn't it? It was 2 sets to love down, and then Djokovic secured it. Okay, Djokovic misses that drop shot, so it's 40-15. Still would choose 2 chances here to close it out. Big serve up the tee. Sinner finds the return. Slice forehand. Djokovic. Oof. Djokovic volleyed, and Sinner had time to think about it, but Sinner dumps it into the bottom of the net. So 3-all in this third set. So it's about 18 months since Djokovic last won a 5-setter. Obviously, we're a long way off that now. 3-all in the third, though, so very possible that we are going to 5. But at the moment, we need to see who wins set 3 first. If you're just joining us, it's the second men's semi-final. First one was won by Alcaraz, bit of a classic. Hoping you guys all made that well either up or it was during daytime for you to watch that one. So it's very entertaining. If not, I very much suggest going and watching the highlights. It was a great match. Good return from Novak. Sinner goes back in behind. That'll go. No, Sinner will go for the smash, puts it away. Maybe Djokovic making this more physical for Sinner than he was hoping to, posing more of a challenge. Djokovic hunched over again, fixing his shoelaces this time. Said he loves Sinner. Right on the line, out wide. Novak still looks okay. Obviously, was a little concerned. It's a great return from Novak. Don't quite know how he got there, but Sinner puts away the smash as Djokovic puts up defensive effort. I think Djokovic is signaling for some tablets, maybe, to his team. Sinner 40 love, and they set the tee, secures the game. So 3-4 third set. Possibility that Ball Kid has got some tablets for Djokovic, I think, given to him by his team. Yeah, this set does feel crucial, for sure. The set feels like if Djokovic could nick this set, maybe in a tiebreak, those are things could get very, very interesting pretty quickly. But yeah, we'll see. Still, we're just about getting to the pointy end of this set. I just feel Djokovic is going to it's going to be a monumental effort from Djokovic to get this done. Feels as though it's going to have to be something special. Donna Vekic is a Philippine Women's Open finalist. She wins versus Tatiana Prozovoro. Oh, wow. Prozovora. That pronunciation is perfect. I apologize for that pronunciation. Prozovora. It's probably a better pronunciation. So Djokovic has his tablets, I assume, given to him by the ball kid. Djokovic's coughing quite severely, it seems there. Okay, well, he must have taken his tablets and he should be okay. So Djokovic serving at 3-4. That's it. Good stretch from Novak. That'll go wide. Okay, maybe Sinner sees this as the game to pounce. Love 15. This is that first serve again. Looks to just feel a little bit off for Djokovic. Second serve. Into the... Oh, wow. That is not something you see very often. Sinner had a look at a second serve, goes big and goes long by a long way. Strange from Jannik. Okay, so Djokovic in the service game now. I feel as though that's a very big gift from Sinner. Djokovic goes up with the ball toss into the Sinner backhand and Sinner nets off the return. Djokovic still fighting in this set. Still very much in this match. Wonder how long Djokovic wants to. Oh, right on the line from Sinner. Wasn't a bad volley from Djokovic, but yeah, it wasn't a bad volley from Djokovic, but Sinner was there, went down the line and pinned it right on the line. It's one of his best shots, Sinner, his ability to put away that backhand down the line with such consistency and actually power as well. A lot of people will just push that down the line, but he really rotates his wrist over the ball. So 30-all, great serve up the tee from Djokovic, goes to put it away and does put it away. 40-30. A point for 4-all. And then we're really at the pointy end in this set. If Novak can convert this game point. So, bouncing. Goes up for the ball toss. Down the tee again is another great serve from Novak. 4 games all in this third set. How good would a tiebreak be? Just be fantastic. We could be getting towards the point where people in America, early risers in America, start waking up and they've still got the night session to look forward to. And they've got at least got another set and a bit to come in this. I think it's about, well, once we get to 1 o'clock, it'll be about 7 a.m. in US time. Good serve from Sinner out wide. 15 love. It's another good serve from Sinner down the tee. Puts it away. Djokovic not finding the brilliant returning he has been doing, but it's good serving from Sinner. Feels no sort of pressure at 4-all. Djokovic hunched over again, trying to get himself going again. Looks a little bit tired now. Sinner finds that serve out wide. 40 love. Looks like it's going to be a very quick hold for Sinner. Sinner goes up with the ball toss. Out wide. Ace out wide. So they sit down at 4-5. Djokovic will serve to stay in the set at 4-5. I wonder if he'll ask for the trainer or take any more of those tablets at the changeover, but not to be seen so far. So Sinner cruising through his service game. But what can Djokovic do when it's his turn to come out and serve to stay in the second set? Just joining us, this is the second men's semi-final of this year's Australian Open that we've covered today. First one was a bit of a classic in Carlos Alcaraz and Alexander Zverev. Alcaraz looked physically hampered in sets 3 and 4 and was 2-0 and a break up on Zverev before Zverev turned it all around to 2-all and served for it at 5-4 in the 5th. But Carlos broke and then broke again to win 6-4, 7-6, 6-7, 6-7, 7-5 in 5 hours and 27 minutes. If you're watching, feel free to say hi in chat. Djokovic will come back out to serve for it. Well, serve to stay in it at 4-5. Misses the first serve. Such a big game. If Djokovic can come through this, think about getting himself to at least a breaker. Give himself the best possible chance of nicking this third set. 7 volleys off the first. Oh, no, not quite. Sinner there with the return at the feet of Djokovic, and Djokovic can't quite produce the half volley. So Djokovic just 3 and 8 at the net in this set, with Sinner being 8 and 9. Sinner finding the passes from everywhere, really. Djokovic goes up with the serve, finds the first serve. Forehand to backhand exchange. Changes to the... Okay, so Djokovic goes inside in line and misses. So love 30 Sinner. Okay, so we really have an opportunity here for Jannik to secure set 3. What's Novak got in the bag? It's big moments in this match. Can he find a first serve? Needs to find a first serve. Djokovic still bouncing, goes up with the ball toss, out wide, misses. Wonder what Sinner will do, whether he'll step in. No, stays back. So Novak could roll this one in if he wanted to. No double faults. Goes a bit bigger, actually. Djokovic changes to go line in the exchange. Now backhand to backhand cross court. Sinner locking down, goes long. Okay. Sinner has 3 set points. It's been a great game from Sinner, but it's been a lackluster one from Djokovic. Okay, 3 set points. Remember, Djokovic has already come back from love 40 in one of his service games so far. This match, he's going to need to do it again. Finds the first serve. Sinner with a great return on the baseline. Backhand to backhand exchange. Sinner pulls. Oh, my word, that would have been unreal, but not to be.
That point, yeah, you're right, would have been unreal.
Yeah. Has your kitchen been fitted?
Yeah, so I've left the living room to come to my bedroom to join the stream and watch it on my laptop. But fingers crossed everything works okay. Sometimes when I've got so many windows open with very big things happening, i.e. watching a live. Oh, hang on, watch this point, watch this point, watch this point.
Oh, you're quite ahead of me.
Yeah, watch the point.
Drop shot from Djokovic. Lob from... Oh, it's long. Oh, Sinner takes set 3, 6-4.
There you go. So Novak's going to have to do this in 5, as he did with Musetti and Cerundolo back-to-back at the French Open. Yeah,
Felt as though was the lob the play. Felt like he probably could have put that away.
Yeah, could have done. Could have done. Yeah, you mean so when he... Let me just rewind that point, actually. Let me have a look at it again, if I can. Normally I can. Maybe I can do it on the TV, but I can't. Anyway, but I think what you're saying is when he went for the lob, he could have just gone for a
he could have gone for
drive volley.
Yeah, drive, yeah. Could have put it away. Tried to be clever with it, but okay, so it has to do it in 5. I mean, Sinner's only lost a handful of times in 5 sets. Most notably, obviously.
Well, he's actually lost a few. I'm thinking back to his early career, like Altmaier French Open 2023. I think was a 5-set that he lost. 7-5.
23 US.
Yeah, to Zverev. Yeah,
that was a great match.
Yeah.
Obviously, the most famous one of all.
Last year at Roland Garros.
Yeah.
He also lost to Carlos in 5 at the US Open in 2023.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, the Zverev
22.
one. Sorry, 2022. Yeah, 22. We also lost to Djokovic in 5 as well at Wimbledon in 2022.
Yeah.
This is a lot of these, of course, are pre-puke Sinner from Beijing, I think it was, or Beijing, I think in 2023 or 2023. Yeah.
Beijing, and then lost to Shelton in Shanghai. Shelton's own last time Shelton won versus Sinner. Well, only time Shelton's ever won against Sinner. Also, the last time in 3 that Sinner won the first set, and Shelton came back to win 2-1.
Yeah.
I genuinely think that was the last time Sinner won the first set and lost in 3.
Lost in 5?
No, as in terms of best of 3 matches.
Oh, best of 3. Okay, yeah, right. Yeah, he's had an incredible record for winning the first set, yeah. All right, well, this 4th set is underway. Yeah.
Yes. I don't know how much Djokovic has left in the tank now.
Well, you're about to see a very good forehand from Novak.
Yes, I am. Very good forehand from Novak. Well, think about that break point that he had at 2-2.
When it hit the line from Sinner, one of the
Yeah.
ones that hit the line, and
Yeah,
Novak just shook his head.
Yeah, pinned the backhand down the line pass, and Djokovic shook his head and was like,
It was very Novak-esque what Jannik did on those big points that were hitting the lines. I remember, so many times Novak would be in a spot of bother, and it would be Novak either pulling out an ace or an incredible rally that ends with a shot that hits the line from him. And so, yeah, he was sort of and the opponent sort of shaking their head, going, "I just can't believe this. What I'm having to receive."
yeah,
And sort
how
of
can
Novak
you
getting
how
close
can
to his
you
own medicine. Yeah,
always find it in the biggest moment? How can you
Yeah.
always do it? That's what the best players do.
Indeed.
Sinner 30-15. Missed the first serve. Feel like it's also a bit killer that Sinner will serve first again in this one. Felt like
because he
Djokovic-
struck it. Yeah,
Yeah,
he struck
feel
it
like
5-4,
Djokovic could maybe produce some sort of scoreboard pressure at 5-4 or even 6-5, but that's a very nice forehand from Novak.
Very nice, yeah.
So 30-all. Now I wonder how interesting it gets if he can strike right at the start of this fourth set. If he can then hold, I mean, one love is it sounds a million miles away from taking the fourth set, doesn't it? I mean, but
yeah,
only at 30-all, so we'll see. But if he gets to look at a second serve or he finds a good return, nope, set us an ace down the tee.
2 hours and 22 minutes on the clock. Oh, 12:15 in the evening. 12:15 at night.
Yeah. Well, these two aren't unfamiliar playing late in Melbourne. So.
Right, that US Open match that Sinner played with Alcaraz was, I'm going to say, about 3 a.m. when that finished.
Well, what time did the Djokovic Nadal final finish?
That would have been late, but I don't actually think it was probably as late as Nadal Medvedev, because I think they started a bit earlier.
Yeah.
Not a lot earlier, but a bit earlier. So I think Medvedev Nadal finished about 2 in the morning.
Yeah. That's
Maybe
another great
even
forehand.
2:30. Yeah, it's a good forehand, yeah.
3.
It gets to juice.
Yeah, 3 forehand winners in the game from Novak. Gets us to juice. All in the same corner. All in the Sinner back.
I actually think physically he's a bit better than he was 20 minutes ago.
Novak. Yeah, it looks like he is, yeah. Probably needed that, bit longer of a sit down.
Yeah.
Looked like he was clutching his chest trying to...
Yeah, I saw that, yeah, coughing a bit.
Yeah, took some pills. Missed the first serve. So Novak will have a look at a second serve to juice to hopefully look for a break point. But a good serve up the tee, but Sinner pulls it wide. So it will be a break point to start set 4 for Djokovic.
And I'm just seeing some signs from Sinner that he is physically feeling it now. I just saw him. I mean, he often looks a bit walks around a bit gingerly anyway, but just saw him just looking a little.
Do you agree that? Hello, Ashley. Do you agree that Sinner's produced quite a lot of errors today compared to what you usually see from Sinner?
Oh yeah, Sinner's level today by his exceptionally high standards. This level would not be a fit and firing Carlos Alcaraz. No, that doesn't mean he won't beat him on Sunday, because all sorts of things can change. I mean, by the way, Novak's level against Musetti for the 2 sets that he played was way off. And he's playing much better today.
Yeah. Saves the break point with a nice forehand drive volley.
Yeah.
It's a good serve out wide, but yeah.
I'm watching the next rally.
It's an unbelievable return from Novak.
Yeah, great return.
It's a good forehand. Goes long. Okay, so we'll have another break point for Novak to start set 4. Just unleashing, and he's landing it.
Yeah. Novak in 5 would be a wild.
I mean, I saw someone say, how good for tennis would it be if Novak was to win this in 5? Just to show that Sinner is human, he's real.
Yeah, from that perspective, yeah.
So second break point.
I'd probably prefer a fairy tale like Jaime Faria in the Australian Open final.
Obviously, but
against Liam Brody, maybe that would be a
that
fun
would be
final.
that'd be excellent, wouldn't it? I wonder how many people would buy tickets to see that.
Maybe not that many. Oh, it's the Aussie Open final, so most of it's corporate. All right, let's watch this rally.
Yeah. Still going on. Novak's so deep in the court. And Sinner goes long. Wow.
Yeah. There you go. More uncharacteristic errors from him.
Djokovic breaks at the start of set 4.
Yeah.
Now, I did say if Djokovic was to break, how, can he hold on? But how far away does that feel now? Has to hold on for 5 more games. Is this like classic? Feels like classic Novak. He looks like he's just about to just fall to his knees, but he's still playing some unreal stuff.
Yeah. 2007, I think, was his first Grand Slam semi-final.
So
got to the French Open there, 2007.
So if he makes a semi-final next year,
I think he lost to Federer that year. It could have been Nadal.
If he makes a semi-final next year, it would have been 20 years of every. Surely would have been every single year he's made a Grand Slam semi-final for 20 years.
Djokovic lost Nadal in that semi-final in 3 sets.
Wow.
Federer beat Davydenko on the other side of the draw, and then Nadal beat Federer in 4. I think, from memory, that 4-set final was probably as close as Federer got to beating Nadal at the French Open.
Yeah.
Nadal beat Carlos Moya in the quarterfinals. And who did Moya go on to coach?
No idea.
Rafa Nadal.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
It's quite a draw.
Right. Oakley dokley. Let's get back to the present day. Thank you to the 2 people that just subscribed. Djokovic serving. One love.
Davydenko never reached a major final, did he?
Not that I know of, but he did. He did have a remarkable run against the big 3, didn't he? I think he might be the only person to have beaten the big 3 in the same tournament.
Oh no, you're thinking of
somebody else.
You're thinking of who was it? I know who it was. I don't think it was Nalbandian.
Nalbandian, you're right. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah. What, Madrid 2009?
Oh, you might be right. Yeah, you might be right. So on clay as well. Okay.
It was no. This would have been
Madrid when it was on hard.
It went on hard court, yeah.
Okay.
So I think it was Djokovic, then Federer, then Nadal, all in a row. Only man to ever do it. Which is a bit ridiculous. Can you imagine sitting down at the dinner table and saying that now? Yeah, I was the only person to ever beat all 3 in 1 week.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, well, Djokovic has 2 points for 2 love. Again, uncharacteristic mistakes from Sinner. I feel as though something's got to click eventually here. Oh, so good from Novak. 2 love, forehand, big forehand up the line.
Yes.
Well, this one won't be as long as the other one. Unless
even if it is 5.
Even if we see something remarkable.
Yeah.
But Djokovic is giving it a go for sure. And the longer you play, against Sinner, the more likely you feel you have a shot.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's all this Australian opening you've been doing. You're tired you out. I'm sure
Yeah,
you're
I
ready.
know. As well. This week I've had both like late nights and early mornings. So
right.
some of them, of course, with it like quarterfinals, maybe fourth rounders, were starting at like 1 a.m. my time. So that was a case of staying up and doing maybe the first one or two, even if I was producing. And then others have obviously included getting up early in the morning. But today it just didn't happen as I slept through.
Djokovic wins the first point. So again, another really uncharacteristic error from Sinner. I wonder what he's going to say afterwards.
Watch this point. Watch this point. It's wild. It's wild. Sorry.
Oh, God, I'm excited now.
You should be.
Oh, lob so good from Sinner.
The lob is just the best lob I've seen all year. Albeit we're only 4 weeks in, I know, but
yeah, that is a bit ridiculous.
Look at the thumb up as well from Novak, to be fair.
Yeah. It's the sort of thing that Novak would have done about 5 years ago.
Yeah. Or Andy Murray, really. I mean, he was one of the best lobbers, if not the best lobber in the game.
Yeah, Murray. What was it? The lobbed cart was
to win
not
it.
Karlovic.
Yeah, did he win a Davis Cup for Britain as well once with a lob, I think?
Yeah, but he lobbed I mean, not easy to say, but not as hard when you're lobbing Goffin.
Oh, is it Goffin, was it? He lobbed?
Yeah. Lobbed Goffin on match point. But he lobbed, was it Karlovic twice in one match against that? Or he lobbed Raonic as well. Which is seriously impressive. If you're lobbing Karlovic twice in a match, he's 6'9".
Yeah. No, they're just stretching every sinew here.
There's a reason he's the best returner of all time, right?
Indeed.
Well, arguably anyway, but I don't think there are many arguments that say he isn't.
Agassi, I think, is a strong case.
Yeah. Feel as though Federer was a better returner than Nadal.
I think Nadal's return was pretty good. Obviously, surface dependent, but
I'm not saying it was bad by any means.
No, I know. Maybe sometimes he could have been a bit more aggressive. I'm thinking set point against Djokovic in French Open 2021 semi-final, and he has a set point on Novak serve, second serve, and he even said afterwards, he said, I should have been more aggressive on the return. Novak doesn't win that game, so it's 2-1, but of course he does have the break advantage.
I'm just going to go to the toilet.
Yeah, go to the toilet. I've got a poll on YouTube in the community tab, so check it out as to who you think will win the women's singles final. I will post this as well on YouTube right now in this live chat, so you can also vote. So there is that. And the poll might surprise some people, but I think with these polls on social media or whatever, nothing should really surprise you. But actually, 73% of the 132 votes so far have gone the way of Elena Rybakina. But I think that's fandom rather than minds thinking, I wonder who's going to win this match and analysing it. As I say, all the talking tennis people I've spoken to, Fergus, obviously myself, Jack, Zach, Scott Barkley, Asil. I think that's it, unless I'm missing anyone. They have all gone for a Sabalenka win of some sort. But I think Rybakina is the more popular player. And so therefore she is winning this poll. Either way, it should be an entertaining affair. Fingers crossed. We might even get 3 sets, which feels like a long time we've had a 3-setter on in the women's. I'm thinking maybe since the 4th round, we haven't had a 3-set. Let me have a look. 2026. Let's have a look. Yep, all straight sets since Coco Gauff, Karolina Mukova in the 4th round. Wow. Just looking at the 4th round as well, there was only one 4-setter in the 4th round. 3-setter. So, since the 3rd round, we've had one 3-setter. Which is wild. Yeah, since the 3rd round, we've had one 3-setter. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Well, tomorrow will be 15. So 14 matches. In 14 matches, we've had one 3-setter. How many sets are we going to get today in this Djokovic Sinner encounter? Well, the scoreboard is suggesting we're going to go 5. Because Novak is up a break in this 4th set. But a lot of service holds for Djokovic to manage between now and then because he's a long way from sealing this set. 2-1 he leads with a break. Coming up to midnight. In fact, just striking midnight now. The clock says in Melbourne on Rod Laver Arena. 30-15 here for Djokovic. Backhand return. Serve volley from Novak is too good.
Is this the best Novak's played in a year and a bit?
Just trying to think. I think he had some pretty good performances in Miami last year.
His draw was definitely easier than Mensic's, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, I agree with that. Yeah.
Well,
I mean, he had players as well that he had really good records against, such as Dimitrov, Sebi Korda en route as an unreturned serve, so it's 3-1.
Mensik had Fritz in the semi-final, I remember. Had Draper round 1, which is tough.
Yeah.
After he just won Indian Wells. Djokovic just stretching out his legs. Just seems to just try not to cramp up, probably. I'm just going to look at that Mensik run because I think it was really good.
Yeah, so I think there's a good case to say that this is the best. I mean, maybe the French Open, the latter stages. I'm thinking the quarterfinal and even the semi-final against Sinner. I thought Djokovic put up a really good show in those 2 matches.
Yeah, but it just feels like...
Oh, that must have just clipped the line from Jannik. I thought it had gone long, but... I quite like these lights, by the way, and I'll tell you why.
I like them too.
Because I've got the sound down, okay? So I can quickly look at the lights on the corner of the net, you know, on the corner of the post. Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Absolutely, I agree. I think, but it's not something that's going to be implemented. And maybe at the US, actually, maybe. But it feels as though Wimbledon and Roland Garros won't be implementing that anytime soon.
Oh my goodness, watch this point.
So Jannik goes up with the serve. Backhand return from Djokovic. Forehand down the line from Djokovic.
I know. 15 forehand winners today now from Novak.
Novak's forehand's been on fire.
While you were away, I was sharing the poll we've got on the community tab on YouTube, and we have 72% of 159 votes going the way of Rebecca.
Really?
Yeah,
wow.
But that's fandom. That's fandom.
Yeah.
That's people saying I like Rebecca and therefore I'm voting for her because she is the more popular player. I know a lot of metrics. It stuns me that it's taken almost a year for loads of media outlets to get onto Alex Ayala. So basically, this tournament, people are going, "Oh my goodness, Alex Ayala's really popular," and I'm like, "Bloody hell, what have you been doing for the last 9 months?"
Yeah.
Because it was Miami that made me realize it, basically.
Well, obviously, you just would have thought that Miami would have been when everyone realised it, surely.
You'd have thought so, yeah.
You
I mean, I
beat
was covering her in Wearash like 2 weeks later at WTA 125, playing Panna Udvardi, bless her, Panna, and people were just going nuts. Like I was doing a preview for a match
That was
Wearash 125, and it was getting like 30,000 views.
Clay
Yeah,
court,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Jury's still out on Alex Ayala on a clay court.
Oh, it might already have decided. It might. And it's not in her favor. Yeah, Djokovic does hold. Yeah, sorry, Sinner holds. Sorry.
Sinner holds, yeah. But you beat Iga
Yeah.
Swiatek and you're just surely you're thinking, come on.
Yeah.
And the story is so good as well. Filipino women, you know.
Yeah, lefty, Rafa Nadal Academy, coming from a country that has no tennis pedigree, but has clearly a lot of people interested in the sport. That 125, by the way, that they've just had this week, I think they'll try and find a place to get 250. And I tell you what, I think they might. They spoke about it. Now, a lot of tournaments from their own perspective talk about it. Buenos Aires has been talking about it being a 500 for years, and it's not getting one at the moment, that's for sure. But the thing is with that Buenos Aires tournament, it is so popular. The media room is just brimming with journalists throughout. And also the tickets are always sold out. I mean, Rio is similar as well. But, compared to other 250s and 500s we see around the world where we just see large swathes of empty seats, even Grand Slams. I've seen, Philippe Chatrier at mid-afternoon for, supposedly a big match and just half empty or even a third, 2/3 empty. Same with Rod Laver sometimes as well, actually.
I would say that as a sport, we are still growing. I feel like over the last couple of years,
bloody hell, yeah, for sure.
We've had a big spike in popularity. And
big three, Serena. Now, of course, with Jannik and Carlos as well, eager too.
Backhand wide from Jokovic.
Yes. I'm not sure in set 5 who'll be the physically stronger. I'm not convinced.
Yeah, I know. I would need to get to 5 first.
I know. Ace down the tee, by the way.
I want this to go.
A lot of giggling from the workmen in my kitchen. I don't know what they're giggling at.
I would love this to go 5.
Really?
Yeah, I would.
Well, there's a hole in that ball.
Mainly because I just want to see what Djokovic.
Well, at least if it goes 5, that might be good news for Carlos to at least equal up the. I mean, I know Carlos's match was more physical, obviously being longer in terms of time, no matter what happens now. But still, good defending here from Jannik.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, look at the scream after this point. 19-shot rally you're watching.
Oh my god, it's a ridiculous point. He is. You were talking about it in 24. You didn't seem like he was pumped up. I think he's.
Oh, he's pumped now, yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
and he lacked it in the first set, but there was a moment I think at the second set when he seemed pretty pumped, and I was like, okay, he has at last arrived.
Ridiculous.
I think he thinks he can win it now.
I'm not
saying he will, but I think he does believe now.
I think we're going to need an unconvincing set of. I mean, I'm after this set. I'm very tempted. Another ace at the tee. Very tempted to see the unforced error stat from Sinner. Feel as though things are just Not by any means his best performance by a long way. I know you keep yawning. I've been saying this to everyone that keeps asking why I'm getting no sleep. So I'm just planning to sleep through the entirety of February, and then wake up for Indian Wells.
Yeah, this is like. Listen, it's purely because of the time zone, but
yeah, exactly.
This next period is a fun time of the year in terms of time zone tennis, and
absolutely,
really all the way until whenever. Really, I like the US Open swing as well, but yeah, the sort of Middle East tournaments are fairly European friendly in terms of time zones, and also Rotterdam and the Golden Swing and Sunshine Double 2, really.
Yeah. It's good. So Novak holds for 4-2.
Yeah.
A couple brilliant aces in there and a huge forehand. Sinner looking at losing 2 sets for the first time since that US Open final. Well, I mean, yeah, because didn't lose 2 sets, I guess, against Greek Sport when he lost to.
Yeah, right. Yeah, because it was he retired in the third set, didn't he?
Yeah.
Cool. Just clip the line. This serve.
Oh yeah. 19th ace.
I still think there might be a twist in this set.
Yeah, this set. I feel like it will probably get to 5-3, and when Novak has to serve it out, things will really get interesting. Maybe he'll save a couple break points, or maybe Sinner will roar back into it.
Another net cord benefiting. Novak. I remember quite a big one in the second set. A big moment that helped him out.
Well, it was there when he was saving. In the second
was it when he was saving those break points?
Yeah, those break points. Love 40 down. First one.
Yeah. Clip the net.
Clip the net. And Jannik actually still got there in plenty of time, but the net call clearly threw him off. And he
yes, exactly. Yep. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he did push it wide. Yeah.
Starting to get to early morning in the US, so everyone will start waking up. Actually,
yeah. Yesterday, Ghosty joined me about 1:30 UK time, which is, I think, if he's in California, 5:30 in the morning. But he was also here late. He was still here at 9 a.m. this morning.
He was still here when.
I know, which is midnight.
Finished.
So he isn't a great sleeper anyway, because I have spoken to him before, where he's doing streams and he's joining streams, and I'm like, Ghosty, my goodness me, do you sleep? And he's like, not very well.
Yeah, well, it takes one to know one, I guess, with you.
Yeah. Well, I know you think that, but actually I do get my sleep in. Don't you worry. I get it in somewhere. That's a terrible slice, by the way, you're about to witness.
Oh, yeah, that's no good.
Yeah.
That's no good from Jannik. Hi, Jane. I thought you were talking about Novak's slice then. I was like, that's not.
I didn't want to tell you, and I thought, after I said it, I thought, oh, that's a 50-50 one. I don't think he knows who's hit the terrible slice.
Yeah. It's a bit harsh for Novak. It wasn't that bad. Drew the error, clearly.
Yes,
great.
So
40-30 here, Sinner serving. Breakdown in this fourth set. Goes out wide, good serve, holds.
Each set in terms of minutes has been slightly longer than the previous one. I think it's 38, 47, and 52 minutes, I think, for each set so far.
I remember I was very convinced this would be a beatdown when it was
I think I even posited it. I said, hi Jane, I sort of said, oh, this could be a beatdown. I think it was 3-love and he was threatening to go 4-love.
He had a point for 4-love, didn't he?
Did he have a break point, did he?
Yeah, he had a break point for 4-love in that first set, yeah.
I mean, it didn't really matter in the end because he won the set.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, and Novak was very sluggish at the beginning.
Oh yeah, super. Yeah. But then he just completely came alive. Don't exactly know where from, but
are we going to get to 22,300 subscribers during this stream? I think we might need a 5th set if we are going to do that.
Yes, I agree. A couple more Alex Yala mentions.
yeah, mentions, or just do a post. I'm gonna do a community tab post about her winning the calendar slam.
Yeah.
More than anything else, just to annoy people, because people get really annoyed by her.
Yeah.
They get annoyed by her popularity, but they get confused because they say, look, she's not that good. And it's like, I don't think anyone's really saying that she's anything better than 49 in the world. She's number 49 in the world, and that's where she should be.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to see how she does when she has to back up her points in Miami.
Yeah, but I think there's enough hardcore tournaments throughout the year for her to basically stay around where she is now, at least.
Agreed.
I think she's also young enough to maybe go up the rankings a little bit. I don't see top 10. I think top 20 would be a push as well for 2 reasons. 1, the serve, and 2, clay court season.
Yeah.
She had a good grass court season last year, though. First time, as far as I'm aware, at least at that level, playing professionally on the surface, and she had some nice wins. I think she might have beaten Magdalene at one point.
Well, she got her first.
She got to a final of 250. Yeah.
Lost to Maya Joint in Eastbourne, didn't she?
Yeah, she could have and should have won that. I mean, she had championship points in the 3rd set. And then she just had a brutal-ish, tough draw in the first round. You get the reigning champion Krejcikova. Yeah, exactly. So and she won the first set, I think.
Yeah, I did the stream for that. Yeah.
Yeah, I vaguely remember it. Yeah, I think maybe with Eddie and maybe one other.
Yeah. Eddie and
was it Tennis Island girl? Was she on that stream?
Yes.
Yes, exactly. I do know her real name.
Remember there was like 7. I remember there was like 700 people watching that. Just and everyone in the comments was like, "Oh, what's the score? Where's Alex? What's the score?"
If she'd have gone further in there, she gets to another big final, especially if she's playing someone like Iga. If she played Iga in a 1,000 final, that would just blow up the internet.
Yeah. Well, Sinner at 15:30 here, small chance to break back.
Leah, her name's Leah. Anyway, just for Well, I'm sure we'll have her on again at some point, especially for an Ayala stream.
Okay, Jokovic now got to fight his way out of a
15:30 hole. Okay. Well, I know what happens.
Djokovic goes up with the ball toss. Great serve out wide, 30-all.
Yeah.
He's really found a first serve when he really needs it.
Yep.
And Sinner hasn't been able to return a big portion of, and actually, more importantly, I think Sinner was put off. He missed a second serve, went super aggressive on a second serve, missed wildly, and from then on hasn't been willing to come up and stand next to the baseline to attack a second serve. So Novak's been rolling them in without having to double fault. He obviously originally was
very interesting point. Very interesting point that you're about to see. Because I think both players surprised me in some of their shot selections.
Agreed. I didn't think Novak had to hit a drop volley there.
Yeah, I think he's regretting it. The only thing I will say is that actually the element of surprise often can be, of course, very effective. But Jannik chased that one down.
Okay, so break point here for Sinner to get back on serve at 4-all in this 4th set.
I think this point could be huge in terms of the destiny of this set.
Agreed. Finds the first serve.
Because I know you said he might struggle at sort of serving out when he's got 5 games on the ball, but
My
Yeah, I
word, that
know.
almost
Hit the net
wanted
and
to
come
creep
back.
over.
Yeah.
Djokovic saves it with a big forehand.
Yeah. But I actually thought when you said that, I thought this is the game. I don't, for some reason, I just thought get through this next service hold and you might well serve it out. But
when you break immediately, there's always going to be 1 or 2 games that you feel as though are crucial in securing the set.
yeah, 2-love to 3-love is a big one. You know, let's say you serve first 1-love, you get the break 2-love, and if you get to that 3-love point,
it's big. Yeah,
you're almost home and dry. I mean, obviously, loads of matches have changed at that point, but let me know when you've seen this forehand.
That's big from Sinner.
157 kilometers an hour. So that's about 110 miles an hour, I think.
No,
I mean, that's breaking the speed limit, big style.
That'll be no. I think you're 157.
157 kilometers an hour. What is that? 110, 120?
No, that's no. That's
100.
No, that's
100.
Pretty much 100.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much 100. I think 159.8 or something is 100 bang on. So.
Oh, okay. So that's more like 97, 98. Okay.
Yeah. Misses the
Still
first
break the
serve.
speed limit.
Now I wonder if Jannik's going to step up for this one. No, he's going to go right back. Djokovic can just roll this one in. Oh, it's a good serve. Yeah. Well played, Djokovic. Back to deuce. How big a game?
It was a really tough lob attempt, but nowhere near as well executed as that one a couple of games ago.
Yeah. Okay, Novak fighting in this game. I feel as though this is now the biggest game of the match so far.
Yeah. Second deuce. That clipped the net, that serve, and landed in. So it's another first serve for Novak.
Surely we're about to approach the 3-hour mark.
Yeah.
Does Djokovic go? I feel like Djokovic goes wide. He does. Goes into the Sinner forehand and Sinner pokes it long. So game point, Djokovic. 2 hours, 57 minutes on the clock. First serve percentage in set 4, Djokovic nearly 80, Sinner 58.
There's the difference.
Mm-hmm.
That's a couple of points for sure.
That first game, especially of the set, Sinner didn't land.
Oh, Novak is getting a time violation, is he, of some sort?
Yeah, I assume so. I don't have my sound on, but he's speaking to the umpire, and I don't think he cares at this point, as long as he doesn't lose.
Boris Becker on commentary. I just listened to it for 30 seconds to see what was going on. It said kein Stress. It basically means no bother, no problem. No big
Did you watch
deal.
it in German?
Yeah, it was a mix. Sometimes English, sometimes I had the English commentary on for Zverev Carlos earlier. By the way, look at this.
Holds. It's a huge hold for Djokovic for 5-3.
Huge hold. 2 break points saved.
Well. Djokovic will have a chance to serve it out. Okay, things start to get interesting. Looks like at the moment we will go 5.
Yeah, he's
looks
one game
like
away,
at the moment.
and he's going to have 2 bites of the cherry.
Yeah. Although it wouldn't surprise me if Sinner holds to love here in about a minute. It's like it was in set 2 where Djokovic kind of let the game go.
Start of the game is good for that narrative.
Yes, end of set 2. I think it was 5.
Yeah, I vaguely remember some of those when he was down a break, but he was then just holding fine when after he'd been broken.
This doesn't if we do go 5, this just doesn't scream 5th set tiebreak to me, though. Like,
No, because I think
someone
both
will.
are too vulnerable on their serve
Agreed.
today.
Oh, that's a bad backhand from Jannik.
Yes.
Is that his brand? What they're all wearing? The Jannik's
I
kit.
think so. I'll have a look again when they see him again. But I think that is a what's the word? A Nike logo that they have for him. It's like a fox now. I think it's a fox.
Okay.
If that's the one I think it is, I'll have a look again in a moment.
3
So
hours go into a 4th hour now.
Oh, I thought this was gonna drop in, but it didn't.
Oh, it's a good lead from Jannik.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, but I thought it might just
Yeah,
drop
for a
in, and even
moment, it looked
Novak
like-
was watching it, hoping, and it was
Yeah.
sort of slow motion.
Well, it's the what was it? Set 3, we had a Novak leave that backhand, and it landed
that
on
was
the
funny.
line. Yeah,
Because you see that at your local tennis club quite a lot, where
Yeah.
including myself, where I'm thinking, okay, I think that's gone. And then last minute, and you could have got it, you know.
yeah, for sure.
Oh,
Good stuff.
career highest ace counts.
Yeah.
They've all come at his first 4 have all come at this tournament.
Well,
So this is in his career, the most he's hit aces in a match, and he's hit 20 today, and that's the most he's ever hit in a match.
That's quite interesting, actually, because it shows
He must be doing something a bit more on his serve.
Yeah, but great return from Novak. It shows that Sinner's not probably the biggest server, but how well he hits his spots.
Oh, definitely, yeah, definitely. Yeah. He's elite in the serving department.
Yeah. Can you imagine if he had like GMP's serve? Blimey.
Yeah, but he is elite still. I mean, I don't know. You know, probably points scoring is better than an ace. Like if you put aces and unreturned as a combo, I think GMP is probably still up there, if not number. Isn't there like a metric that you showed me once or twice of showing like the best servers on tour?
Yeah, I can get that up for you now.
Yeah, I'm guessing they use. I don't know what they would use as their biggest thing. You know, unreturned serves, aces, service holds, or maybe they put it all together and put it into a machine and come out with the serve table.
Okay,
but
so
I'm guessing Jannik's top 5 anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. So
is he top 5?
Hold on. So in the last 52 weeks.
Yep.
So yeah, Sinner's first. It's a combination of first serve percentage 1, second serve percentage 1, service games 1, and average aces and average double faults. So they throw it all together to find a serve rating. So top 10, Sinner 1, GMP 2, Fritz 3.
Oh, Sinner's number 1 now, is he? Sinner's 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fritz 3, Apelka 4, Berrettini 5, Djokovic 6, Zverev 7, Felix 8, Ben 9. Carlos 10, and then Draper.
I was just going to say, does Carlos get in the top 10? Yeah.
Yeah, he's 10, and then Draper 11. Bublik 13.
That feels about right. Felix's serve comes alive during that indoor season.
Yeah. I guarantee you he gets most of that. Most of that points from, because I guarantee you on clay he's not getting any of those points.
There was a period when he didn't get broken for about, I don't know, 50, 60, 70 games, going back to 2022, I think it was, indoors.
That was his peak, sort of.
Yeah, possibly. He went into the ATP Tour finals that year, and I thought he would get to the final. He didn't even make it out of the group. Anyway, this is a very, very, very interesting game with a very interesting start to this game.
Sinner wins the first point with it. The angle on the return is ridiculous. Djokovic looking to take us to a 5th. And it'll be the first time these two would have played 5 sets since that Wimbledon 5-setter.
Okay, in 2022, yeah. Yeah, because it was 4 sets in 2024 at the AO, and it would have been 3 sets last year at the French Open. Is that the only Grand Slam match they played?
Wimbledon again.
Yeah. That was straight sets, right? Semi-final, yeah.
That was a beatdown.
Yeah.
Okay, 15-all. Novak with a big first serve. Sinner goes long on return, 30-15. Well, Novak 2 points away from taking us to 5.
I think it's 50-50 if this goes 5.
Yeah.
Which is the closest that Novak has been in my, head so far, if you like, because he's just got to win a set.
He does, and that just becomes a one-set shootout. Ace out wide.
Yeah.
Wow. Well,
Just
Novak has
clipping the line.
Novak has 2 set points to take us to a 5th set, which would be a bit ridiculous.
Wild, yeah.
I generally did not see this coming at all, really. Novak steps away, comes back. Just realised you and Jannik Sinner have the same initials.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we do.
Djokovic goes up with a serve, misses into the net. Djokovic with the second. Oh, Sinner pins the line with the backhand return winner.
Yeah.
Very good.
I thought it might have landed out, but I checked
I thought it might have drifted
the posts.
long.
I checked the net posts, and it was like, nope, that obviously landed in.
That was in. Okay, so Djokovic with one more opportunity to close this set out and force a 5th. Ace up the tee, I reckon. Or big serve up the tee. It's been working for him very well. Goes up the tee. Doesn't really land a devastating blow. And Sinner back to deuce. Okay.
Yes.
Well, things become interesting now. Wondering if Djokovic is just starting to think that there's a chance that Sinner could break back here. This is a big point for Djokovic.
Jane is loving that logo.
Yeah, she is.
Oh, I should share the score. Sorry, guys.
Djokovic up. Select. Thing is with this now is that if Sinner breaks, he then holds rapid, and then Djokovic has to think about serving to stay in the match. How quickly? It's very similar to what happened with Zverev earlier.
That was so fast the way that ended, right?
Serving for the match turned very quickly into serving to stay in the match. And, with how tentative he was playing, he was never gonna find it. Djokovic with the second serve. Great second serve out wide. It's great depth from Jannik on the backhand. Oh, just lands on the baseline.
There's a mishit there from Sinner.
Yeah. Ooh. Oh, big roar from Djokovic.
Yeah.
Okay, so it'll be a 3rd set point. Everyone in Djokovic's team is kind of like, what are we doing here? We didn't think we'd get to this point. Djokovic playing some unreal stuff. 3rd set point for the Serb. Sinner frustrated. Not often did you see signs of frustration from Sinner.
Agreed.
So Novak down the tee again. Pretty much a repeat of his first set point. And he takes it.
Indeed, he does.
Takes it to go 5 versus Sinner. Well. Who saw that coming? Not me, really. Okay, so that set was exactly the same length as the third, 52 minutes.
Yeah. There we go. So
Okay,
fifth
so
set.
now what happens?
Let's go live on Instagram for this fifth set. I don't normally put watchalongs on Instagram because they're too long, but we're going to bung it on Instagram.
It's
I think it's
interesting.
50-50.
Yeah, I don't know how Jannik's feeling physically. I don't know. Hold on, I'm going to put these in.
He is making inroads on the Novak serve. If you think about deuce there and break points in the previous one, but he's always sort of there or thereabouts. Even in the sets he didn't win, he had break points.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, yeah.
Okay, cool. Just there's some background noise now, so I don't want to yeah, my flatmate's finally woken up, so don't want to
okay.
to be in the background.
Gotcha.
Right. Oh, I mean, what even? I don't really know who I trust. I don't think if I always when I go to a 5-setter, it's about who I trust to get the job done. And considering how Jannik has been at the top of the game now for 3 years, he doesn't have that much experience in big 5-setters. Obviously, played one of the arguably the best final in the history of the sport last year,
Yeah.
but lost.
Yeah.
But also won a huge 5-setter here already in his career in 2024 against Medvedev. But Medvedev, it's just what Medvedev does, isn't it? So I feel as though I kind of am edging Novak ever so slightly. 52-48.
Wow. Yeah, I don't dislike that. Yeah.
I just wonder if anyone can break early.
So we've got Jannik serving first.
Yeah.
And then tiniest of tiny margins that gives you.
Yeah. If we get to 5-4 Sinner, I wonder what Djokovic will do. But then again, Djokovic is how many times has Djokovic served to stay in a match at 5-4?
Yeah. Yep.
Goes big, misses long. The backhand. So Thirty Love Sinner looking to get underway very swiftly in set 5. Oh my word, that's a hell of a return from Novak. Makes it look so simple.
Yeah. Great angle there.
Which can guarantee you it's not.
Oh, Craig Tiley's watching. 40-15. I say that because a lot of the time the tournament directors, in Tiley included, are just too busy to be able to watch a lot of tennis. We interviewed, or Nick interviewed, the Birmingham tournament director, I think 3 years ago. And, I think one of the questions, a good question, basically, have you managed to watch any of the tennis this week? And I think he said, I've seen 15 minutes all week. And that was the Saturday evening, so the night before the final. But it does depend on who you are. If you're Conchita Martinez, or if you are Tommy Haas, these sort of big name ones, they're watching tennis all week. In fact, Tommy Haas is so chilled, he's playing tennis as well. One Love Sinner holds.
Yes.
Because these guys are, what's the word? They are ambassadors, really. So them being in the crowd is sort of part of their job. Whereas when you are Bob Smith and you're running a 125 or a challenger or whatever, or even a 250, your job is to make sure that the ball kids are trained and that everything runs smoothly, and that you've got to go to the kitchen and talk to the chef about something or whatever, or players unhappy and all the rest of it. And you are dealing with, you're putting out fires basically all week, and then you've got the weather to throw in there. I mean, I also interviewed the Winston-Salem tour tennis director, the tour director, and he was talking to me about earthquakes and bolts of lightning strikes and all sorts. Yeah. So Djokovic has won 16 of his last 17 4 and 5 setters. Let me just go back. Who was his only loss to?
Sinner in 2024.
Okay, that was right. Of course, the 4 set. Yeah. Sometimes these stats pop up on the screen, but they disappear pretty quickly.
Just wonder if Sinner backs himself to get the early break here. How often do we see breaks bring momentum shifts, as in breaks in play, not as in breaks on the tennis.
Yes.
Djokovic. You think that Djokovic has all the momentum going into set 5, but then again, you sit down for 2 minutes, the crowd quiets down, and then
Ethan Chanda on Instagram is lamenting the number of unforced errors from Sinner in our live chat on Instagram. The Instagram comments don't pop up on our screen, but I see them because I'm tuned into Instagram. So 30-15. What am I saying? Not 30-15. 15 all.
To be fair, he's not wrong though. He's not wrong. There have been lots of unforced errors from Novak.
Yeah.
Ones that not from Novak, from Jannik, that you wouldn't expect Sinner to make in any other circumstance. And even if Sinner does come through, he could play an absolute blinder in the final and beat Alcaraz in 4.
Oh yeah. Ooh, we're going to see a big error here on this point.
Oh yeah. Yeah, misses the forehand into the net, was in control of the rally. Maybe had a chance to come forward at some point, but chose not to. I wonder if we'll ever see a straight set Grand Slam match between Sinner and Alcaraz.
What do you mean?
As in, because we haven't had between them, all the times they played in a Grand Slam, we've never seen them one win in straight sets over the other.
Yeah, Djokovic has beaten Sinner in straight sets at Wimbledon last year.
I was talking about Carlos and Jannik. Sorry.
Oh, Carlos and Jannik. Oh, I see. Sorry. They've not had a straight set. That is curious. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness indeed.
2 break points for Sinner to start off set 5. I thought this might come.
We will see it. We will see a straight set. It's just too big a probability, I think, between.
Yeah.
And it might even be on Sunday. Who knows? But yeah, you did say but it's not happened yet. But yeah, 15-40.
So he's got to save 2 break points at the start of set 5. Does Djokovic? What's he got in the tank? If he does break, finds the first serve there. Goes back to him or goes long. Okay, first save.
Yeah.
If Sinner does take this break point, I think it's about extending the match as long as possible for Novak to try get some sort of fatigue out of Jannik.
Yeah, well, let's see if he breaks, and then we'll reassess. 30-40 here.
Does he go T or wide?
I think he goes T.
I think he does T.
I've now seen the point, so I know whether he goes T or wide.
He does go T.
Yeah, I'm returned.
Yeah, back to juice. The T serve today has been very effective for Djokovic.
I think he might go wide on this one.
Yeah.
So again into the forehand of Jannik. The first serve, at least. Let's see.
I still think Sinner's been put off by that big miss he had at the start of set 2 on the second serve. He's standing way back. I think that he could probably become more attacking. He does go wide. Oh, and Sinner misses.
That fault, he shouldn't miss that backhand, Jannik.
So, game point for Novak after saving 2 break points.
Yeah.
Things become very interesting. Goes back in behind, chooses not to go to the open space.
I am surprised. Oh, Juan Mata is there.
Yes, he was. I've seen him.
I've seen him earlier in the tournament as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm
Clearly he's
surprised that Jannik didn't, in that last rally, deploy a drop shot at some point.
Yep.
Or a slice even, or something.
Feels like Sinner's brain is scrambled at the moment.
Maybe.
But he's not thinking with enough clarity to...
15-4. I mean, how many break points has Jannik had today? I think he's broken twice in the match, but I'm going to guess. The win predictor still has Jannik as favourite, 60-40. But I'm guessing that, I'm going to have a look now at the stats, but I'm guessing he's about 2 from 10, maybe? Let's have a look.
I think it's more than that. I think it's about 12.
You're right, 2 from 12. I'm looking at it right now. 17%. Novak is 2 from 7, which is not amazing, but about 35% would be average, I would say. Obviously, still on a break point that the server is the favourite. It might be closer to actually 40%, but 2 from 12.
Yeah, there we go.
Jannik has easily won more points, by the way. I think if Novak wins this, he probably will do so, having won fewer points than Jannik. Because look, he's 13 points behind right now.
Yeah, in terms of break points converted, Sinner is top of the ATP in the last 52 weeks, 44.6%.
Okay.
And then it's Carlos, and then it's any guesses?
So break point converted. You are saying that Jannik is the best at it.
Well, yeah, that's what the. Oh, he's just missed that. I was about to say that's unreal if he's made that. This is what ATP stats say. So in the last 52 weeks, Jannik's converted 44.6% of his break points. Carlos is
second. How many? 41?
44.6.
That's good. Yeah. Anything over 40 is really good. So he's first and who's second in breakpoint conversion? I'll go Novak. Oh, okay, Carlos.
And then it's Sebastian Baez. Then it's Cerundolo and Paul are the top 5.
Okay, Tommy Paul. Okay, that's a
left field. It's not exactly your. Oh, check. Novak's just trying to take the skin off the ball there.
Yes. He's actually challenging this, or at least just wants to see it. I think this is to get a breather.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
I wonder if this is the set that both of them are hold serve throughout, and maybe we do get an ultimate tiebreak.
I don't see it. Listen, we might go to a tie break, but I think that'll be an exchange of breaks. I don't see both of them. Neither of these two, of course, have held throughout an entire set, and neither have looked close to it either in terms of the fact there's been breaks, but also there's been, as we already highlighted, there's been 10 plus 5. There's been 15 break points that weren't taken as well.
Not something you see every day, especially between Sinner and Djokovic. Obviously, both of them excellent returners, but
yeah. I mean, you're right. Novak has served very well, but he's the best example of him serving is in the pressure points. I'm seeing Casper Ruud on my TV right now. Why am I seeing Casper Ruud?
Not entirely sure.
Because he is sponsored by Renault, and I'm watching a Renault advert. Oh, now I'm seeing Jannik Sinner promoting Decheco, I should probably say, pasta. Do hit that like button, and if you are new to the channel, hit subscribe. I don't really have a favourite player on the tour right now. I tend to just root for the underdog. If it's just big dogs all round, as in Djokovic, Sinner, Alcaraz, I don't really care. I just want to see an incredible match.
That's your British trait in you.
Maybe, but I think generally a lot of people like to see the underdog. No, I don't know. I mean, obviously, if it's different if you're a supporter. Like I support Manchester United, and when they're playing Brighton at home in the cup, I'm not supporting the underdog.
Absolutely.
But if I'm watching a match between, you know, Cardiff City and Liverpool, well, obviously I'm going for Cardiff. Ooh, you're going to watch a very interesting point here.
It's a great second serve from Novak.
It is. Less so the forehand, though.
Yeah. Okay, coming up on 3.5 hours on court. Longest, well, think about it, Djokovic hasn't been on, I think Djokovic was the man on court for the least amount of time by about an hour and a half when they
Of all the 4 semi-finalists, oh, for sure. I mean, I'm surprised it's only an hour and a half, considering he's barely played for the last
this is when it was the quarterfinals, and then Djokovic.
Oh, okay. Well, he's definitely then well under that, because they'll have all played 3 or 4 hours since then.
Musetti. How long was the Musetti match? Only probably like an hour and 45, 2 hours.
Probably, yeah. Good rally this one. Good rally this one. Interesting outcome as well. Both of them painting the lines.
Oh yeah, Djokovic tried to go really big there.
Jannik's looking okay again. About an hour ago, if you remember, I said he's looking a bit ginger, but he's looking all right. Do join us, of course, tomorrow morning in Europe and tomorrow evening in Australia and elsewhere in Asia for the women's final. We will be doing a watch along for that between Aryna Sabalenka and Elena Rybakina. But for now, we are watching Djokovic try and get himself out of a little bit of a hole in this service game.
Love third. Oh, that's a bad return from Jannik.
Yeah, because it's very makeable, that return.
Yeah,
Djokovic decent serve, but
Djokovic took a lot off that to go wide.
He did, yeah, he did.
Just allows
10
him
to 1
into
in the
the
morning.
game.
Okay, second
You an
serve
hour
for
ahead of me?
Jannik. Yeah, an hour ahead of you, yeah. So it's 10 to 3 where I am.
Yeah.
In the afternoon, yeah.
This is that first serve.
You're going to see an absolutely very interesting point. That doesn't make English sense because an interesting cannot be modified.
So Djokovic will have to save 2 break points again.
Indeed, because of a double fault.
Double fault.
His third of the match. So he's
of
just
this
overtaken Jannik in that metric.
Okay,
Ooh,
what's Djokovic got?
He gets a net cord on this first serve, by the way. I thought it was a really good serve because it must have barely touched the tape, but so it's still a first serve here for Novak.
Do you reckon he goes T again?
Probably. I know what he does do. And he didn't go T.
No, he did not. He went line. Oh. Finds the backhand winner down the line.
Very good. Yeah.
Oh, brave tennis.
I know. Pinpoint precision. He's probably got the best backhand of all time. Novak.
All time, yeah.
I'm actually probably more convinced of that than I would be the return, because I just think Agassi was incredible.
Well, Agassi always tells that story about Becker.
Boris Becker, yeah. Just watch this point though for a moment because it's very interesting as well.
2 winners to save 2 break points.
I know.
Forehand down the line.
The forehand is
Unreal.
firing, and it has been all day. Yeah. Another set of break points for Jannik. So he's 2 from 14 now, I think.
Yeah. Can he produce another break point, or does Novak have a chance to scramble out this game again? 157 kph down the line.
Very, very, very good return.
Yeah, it was. Well, yeah. So Novak will have to save a third break point.
On this break point, I think he does go T.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
I
he goes
think.
T2. I just think he's been
T for his
so.
first anyway.
Yeah, I just think he's been so. It's been a great outlet for him to get out
Yeah,
of
I
trouble.
know.
Sinner just hasn't covered it well today.
I'm going to tell you he does go T, but he misses the first serve.
Okay.
I think he might go T again, you know, because I've just got
Really?
of a Sinner ripping a backhand.
Well, Sinner's taken about a step and a half forward compared to where he was returning.
Yeah. Deary me,
Sinner.
Jannik. It was a
That is
pretty good body-ish serve rather than T, but it was into the forehand and
that is
just
a
messed it up.
that is a moment of real brain fog from
I'm
Jannik.
surprised he went that direction because that's got inside out written all over it, that forehand.
Yeah, big time.
Juice.
It's a strange one for me. That I thought Sinner should have just make yourself in the
2 from
point.
15. 2 from 15.
Goes wide. Goes down the line again.
Juan Mata is enjoying this.
How many?
I know, another forehand winner.
Forehand winners.
So Mata has he retired, by the way?
Yeah. No, actually, maybe not.
Well, I know he was playing in Australia, but I thought he had retired.
No, I don't think he has retired. I think he's playing in Australia. Obviously, it's their summer, so it's an off season.
I mean, I think he has retired, but he's still living there. That's what I think, but
I'm not entirely sure.
we're going to watch a very, very, very interesting rally here. Again, I thought Sinner might deploy a drop shot at some point. 3.5 hours on the clock for this encounter now.
Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed this would have been a long one, Dan. 3.5 hours. We're probably looking at closer to 4 hours by the time we finish.
Yeah, it should go 4, I reckon. But that may be dependent on Novak holding here.
Yes. Back to Juice. Novak going long off the backhand, scrambling the entire point.
He was, but it still felt like as though he might well win that point.
Yeah, maybe waiting for a Sinner error. Which hasn't been uncommon in this match. I know we say
No.
he is. Get out of jail free card up the tee.
Yep.
I wonder how many players are watching
Novak.
this and thinking, this is the game plan. You just nail tee serve every single time to Jannik, and he doesn't deal with it as well as. But I don't know. Today's just been a strange day for Sinner. Just hasn't been able to get to grips with the serve. Really, I've returned in big moments. Well, it's a combination of him returning not as well as he can in big moments, and also Novak playing some lights out stuff. Finding down the line shots or great serve volleys. Novak up with serve. So back to backhand to backhand exchange and then cross court. Sinner switches to go down the line with a forehand. Novak cross court forehand. Novak going to switch to go line and he gets it. So it's 2-all, 3 break points saved.
I think we're now at the point, by the way, where I think Carlos might be the favourite now for the final, whoever he plays. Against Novak, both of them fit and healthy. Carlos is the favourite. But with that match that he had earlier, brought up a lot of doubts for me. But now these two are going to be feeling it on Sunday as well. It's a bit like, was it when Novak got to the final in 2012, he came through Murray in the semis, But
Yeah, that was fine.
who did Nadal play in the other semi? 2012. Did he play Federer?
Burditch? I don't think
Maybe,
it was Federer.
2012 Aussie Open.
Because I feel like Murray beat Federer in their quarters.
I thought it was semis Murray beat. Oh, yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Sorry, yeah. So I'm thinking of Djokovic. But who did they play in the semis?
Sinner serving at 2. This has turned into an absolute dogfight. You're right.
Yeah, Nadal came through Federer in 4.
Okay.
Nadal beat Berdych in what a lineup for the quarterfinals, by the way. Djokovic, this is the quarterfinals in 2012. Djokovic beats Ferrer in straight sets. Murray beats Nishikori in straight sets. Federer beats Juan Martin Del Potro in straight sets, but I'm just thinking about the other guys. They're not the big 3. Obviously, Andy Murray's the big 4. The other guys are also pretty stellar names. You know, Berdych, a Grand Slam finalist. Juan Martin Del Potro won a Grand Slam. Nishikori and Federer also made Grand Slam finals. But yeah, that Murray Djokovic match was epic. 2-1 down. Djokovic was. Murray never beat me in Australia.
No, lost to him three times in the final.
At least twice.
I think Murray had. Did Murray have 4 or 5 finals in Australia?
No, he didn't have that many. He never played Nadal there, for example, in the final, and he didn't play Federer in the final. So I think I'm going to say 3
Federer in the final. He did play Federer in the final. Yeah.
Did he? Oh.
Yeah, it's where the speech comes from. I can cry like Roger, but I just can't play like him.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Sorry.
That's right.
2010, yeah.
A holds the love.
Sinner, that was quick. I didn't even see that game. I was busy looking at stats.
No, yeah, I think 2 aces and 2 unreturned serves. So, yeah.
You're not the first person to say that. I'm not overly happy with it, but what can I do? There are other people I'd rather be compared to, that's for sure. I'm moment. Okay, I'll be back in a moment. That's on my.
No worries. So this is turning into a bit of a scrap, isn't it? Wonder Sinner's still holding serve pretty easily in this 5th set. It started well in this 5th set, but Djokovic just struggling to hold the safe break points in both of his service games so far. Wonder if he's going to have to do that again. Yeah, 25 aces now for Sinner, career high, which is good from Jannik, to be fair. Thought maybe in this 5th set he might fade a little bit, but yeah. Yeah, just lots of people talking about how this cements Djokovic as the greatest of all time.
I mean, I don't think it needed cementing, did it really?
Yeah. Just everyone online saying, look, Djokovic is pushing Sinner right to the brink and he's 38.
I think it's beyond its cementing. I think it's enhancing.
Yes. Yeah.
His legacy.
Mm.
You know what? Whether he wins another slam or not, we'll still talk about the last 18 months going, and he was still making semi-finals and pushing, Jannik to a 5-setter.
Could make another final.
Could make another final. Yeah, we'll see.
All he needs is 4 more games. 4 more games to make a. How many slam finals has he been in? Oh, great start from Sinner.
Just watching this point now. Yeah. So I've moved to my TV, so I need to get it up to speed. I'll be back in a moment.
That's okay. Love 15. Feels like we've been in this situation before. For Djokovic, in those first 2 service games, saving break points in both, goes to tee again, gets the short ball, puts it away, 15-0. Djokovic unhappy about the crowd again. Umpire warning people just to be respectful. So 15-all. Djokovic could really do with an easier hold here. Good forehand. Still an extended rally. Good depth from Djokovic on the backhand. And again, switch from Sinner. Sinner goes down the line into the Djokovic backhand. Back. Oh, very good. Ball goes drop shot. Sinner pushes it long. It's a good drop shot from Djokovic. Sinner got there. Couldn't quite deal with it. Okay, so 30-15. My word, what Djokovic would give for an easy hold here. If you're just joining us, well, you've missed the first 4 and pretty much half sets of this pretty much a dogfight between Jannik Sinner and Novak Djokovic. The quality's been very strong from both. Sinner making uncharacteristic unforced errors throughout, I'd say, that you just wouldn't see him make on a usual day. Djokovic serving it at 2-3, 30-15. Goes up the tee again, finds it again. That he's gone to the well every single time today. Gone to the well to find that serve. 40-15, 2 game points for Djokovic. Goes wide this time. And it's another ace. Okay, 3-all in this final set. Right on the line out wide. Okay, so as the easiest hole Djokovic has had of this set so far by an absolute Jamal. But what can he do on return? Hasn't made an indent whatsoever on the Jannik serve so far this set. Djokovic absolutely pushing Sinner right to the brink. Sinner serving a 3-all. Oh, Sinner puts the smash right back at Djokovic. Djokovic can't deal with it. Tempted lob from the Serbian. Not quite what he was hoping for. It was originally an excellent passing shot on the backhand. Sinner dealt with it on the half volley, and Djokovic had to scramble to get there. 15-love. 30-love. Ace out wide for Sinner. 20. Ace number 26. Hit 26 aces, and yet you still feel like he's been vulnerable on serve. Yes, Djokovic being that good at returning, you just have to feel that way. Great return from Djokovic. Yeah, really pulls Sinner out of court position there. Scrambling forehand, doesn't make it. 30-15. We'll be slowly making our way towards the 4-hour mark in this match. So 30-15. Can Djokovic get to 30-all? Put some real pressure. Good body serve from Jannik, but it's an even better return from Djokovic. Oh, and he nets off the forehand. He won't be happy about that. And he's not visibly frustrated as Djokovic. 40-15. Sinner has 2 points for 3-4 in this 5th and final set. Sinner goes into the Djokovic forehand. That's an unreal return. Smacked straight at the feet of Jannik, who can't deal with it. So one more chance for Sinner to close this out without having to force juice. Sinner bouncing. Where's he going to go? He's going to go T. Goes wide into the Djokovic backhand. Good return. Djokovic there. Sinner with a great forehand. Djokovic sliced backhand. Oh, cramped Sinner for room. Backhand down the line. Oh my god. Unloading on these shots. Oh! Unreal forehand cross court from Djokovic. Getting the crowd involved now. Wow. Great rally. And Djokovic ends it with a crunching forehand cross court. Clips the line. Jeez. Great return originally. 190 into the body. Djokovic dealt with it on the backhand side. So big from Djokovic. That forehand's been firing all day. So juice. Misses the first serve, first Sinner. Second serve. Huge point this. Passive exchange so far. Sinner changes to go forehand. Still a backhand to backhand exchange. Sinner pulls it. Okay, so Djokovic now has his first opportunity of set 5 to break. Sinner pulls the forehand. Another uncharacteristic error from Sinner. It's getting late in Melbourne. How big of a moment is this? Set 5, Sinner's gone 0 and 5 on break points, and Djokovic now has his first. Okay, Sinner goes up for the ball toss, out wide into Djokovic, finds the return on the baseline. Sinner deals with it nicely. Oh, the depth from Djokovic. Forehand to forehand exchange. Who's going to switch first? Sinner misses, Djokovic breaks.
Wow.
Wow. Djokovic breaks in the 5th.
Yeah, and the thing is, Jannik knows he's coming up against a mental giant. I was thinking that at 40-30, I think, maybe juice, and they were in when Djokovic was getting in these rallies, it was like, you know what? I'm not missing. So you've got to pull the trigger at some point. And on both occasions, from juice onwards, it was an unforced error from Sinner that caused it. I don't think this match is done yet, but of course now, for the first time in the match, Novak is both in front and the favourite. Big Tony, let me know where in the world you are watching from, but I probably don't have good news for you. In terms of the fact that you'll have to pay for it.
Yeah.
But you can watch it, but it'll cost you.
It's 1:10 in Melbourne.
Yeah, there's Dan highlights.
Just saw a
Do hit that like button, by the way, and if you are new to the channel, please click subscribe. You're in the UK. What channels is it on in the UK, Fergus?
It's only on Discovery, so you're gonna have to pay for it.
Discovery, okay, yeah. So you got to. But by the way, by the time you probably set it all up, this match might be done. Certainly, if you're look at that total points won. I told you, if Novak wins, he's almost certainly winning with fewer points than Jannik.
Okay, so Novak with, oh my god, the difference is 12 points.
It's huge, isn't it?
That's massive.
A little net cord there. Little net cord. Obviously, I'm slightly ahead of you. This rally is going to end in a sensational way. Keep clicking subscribe, people. We've got over 100 people tuning in right now on YouTube. And about 70 of you, 70 are not subscribed.
Hit the subscribe button, people. How many are watching?
Did you see the end of that rally?
Yes, I did. It's unreal.
That backhand winner was nuts. On the rise.
Okay. Well,
I think there's another twist yet. Now, that might be more break points or a break of serve or something. I don't know.
After a lot of complaining from maybe half the tennis world that we've had a very boring second week of the Australian Open.
Yeah, well, it was always with the asterisk of we need some big semis, you know?
Yeah, and we've been treated to two absolute classics.
Yep.
So, love 15.
In the 5th set earlier, we saw someone come back from a breakdown. Are we going to see the same again? Just watch the way this point ends. It's funny.
Right on the line from Sinner. Oh, Djokovic.
If Jannik had missed this, it would have been the miss of the century.
Oh, it would have been, yeah. But he doesn't.
Ronnie Rosenthal, Fernando Torres. I'm trying to think of anyone else. Maybe Ronaldo did one against Sheffield. I'm thinking about some open goals that were not put away. If you remember the Torres one at Old Trafford about
the Torres one was bad. Yeah, Torres
it was terrible.
Bad. Yeah. They put the winner speed up next to that.
I didn't see that. What was it, like 10?
24 kph.
And that's just gravity, basically.
Yeah, so what is that, like 12 mile an hour? Something like that?
24. That's near 15,
kph.
I think, isn't it? 24 kph is near 15. And I know I got it wrong earlier, but I'm trying to modify.
I can't believe they.
No, that is funny. The producer or the director, I'm not sure who has control of that. Okay, let's watch this point a second.
But you giggling. Yeah. Love 30 seconds serve.
Jannik is hitting more freely again.
Yeah,
he's loosened up again. He was just too passive on some of those big points before.
Yeah, especially on the break point, especially.
Yep.
Okay, so 3 break back points. Remember, we've been here before. Second set, Djokovic broke. Sinner had 3 immediate break back points and didn't take any of them. Sinner hasn't broken since set 2 at the end of set 3. Remember, he's gone since the end of set 3. He's gone like 0-7 on break points, and he's got 3 more now. What's Novak got? Got it.
He's taken one of the. I just can't believe he's.
Novak's got to go to the well. He's got to go up the tee. He's got to go to the well. He's been getting water.
I know where he goes on the first serve.
He goes wide and he missed.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Okay. Right.
He goes to the well on the second serve.
I wonder.
And it's now 2 from 16.
Wow.
I think. I'm just going to check, but I've been counting from 2 from 12. 2 from 16, yeah. Novak is 3 from 8, which is about right. You know, I said to you earlier, 40% is kind of the statistical average. But 2 from 17 is anything but, especially if you are the most ruthless on break points on the tour, as Jannik has proven over the last 12 months. Okay, 15:40 here. I'm going to go back to you as your stream is slightly behind.
Okay, so Sinner waits. Djokovic just bouncing the ball, waiting. Djokovic goes up, goes tee. Sinner finds the return, but it's a short one. Djokovic comes in, has a look at a smash, puts away the smash.
Of steel, because that smash was not easy, given how high it went.
I genuinely thought he was going to miss that for a second.
Because it doesn't just go high. He's actually behind the service line.
Yeah, it's tough.
It's tough. Yeah. I thought he could even let it bounce and then go for the smash, or even just accept neutral. That's how tough that was. Never mind, it was 15:40 down. 2 from 17, by the way.
Hi, Ghosty. Third break point for Sinner.
This is an epic rally.
Forehand exchange, cross court. Sinner goes down the backhand to backhand exchange. Djokovic goes down the line. Again, change of direction. Oh, right on the baseline from Sinner. And he goes long. 3 break points come and go for Sinner for the second time in the match. He is 2-18. Djokovic, absolutely monster effort.
2 from 18 on break points. That is wild. Yeah, Sinner with 26 aces is also pretty wild against the best returner of all time.
Career high. In a match.
I just said at love 40. I can't believe it can't happen again because this is the second time this match he's come from love 40 down.
And
by the way, I think statistically, I think coming to win the game from love 40, I think it might be 10% chance of winning. But to do that twice, obviously that reduces it to something like 1% or something. Anyway, Djokovic is in the 1% in many respects.
Oh.
Anyways, this game is not done, of course. It's deuce. So
I reckon it goes to T again. It has to go T again. Does go T, misses. We've just reached 22,300 subscribers.
Hey!
There you go. You said that we needed a 5th set to do it. Okay, what does Sinner do with the second serve? Standing in a little bit more than he was. It'd be stupid to go really big. He doesn't. He goes big but conservative. Who's going to switch to go line first? He's trying to. He's setting up for down the line. Oh, he just misses.
Yep, centimeters.
Oh, my word!
Game point now for Djokovic for 5-3.
Oh, that is.
You know, if it is a Djokovic Alcaraz final, it's going to be a history maker. Either the youngest person ever to win the career slam or a record extending, of course.
Yeah,
Grand
25th Grand Slam title.
Indeed.
Still isn't out of this game yet.
Novak's definitely got the crowd support.
Absolutely. Ace up the tee, cold as you like.
Tee, and then he does a little cross. So yeah.
My
2
word.
from 18. I wonder if this loss might hurt Jannik more than that French Open final. I mean, he obviously recovered from that and won the French Open a few weeks. The Wimbledon a few weeks later.
Wimbledon.
Anyway, Sinner here is serving to stay in the match.
Unbelievable.
These dudes going to need all the ice baths. Is that Ferguson Eye, Ghosty, you're talking about? Yeah, I think we could do with an ice bath.
Coming about to hit 4 hours.
When Jannik got broken as well, he was 40-15. So I mean, it just gets worse from Jannik's perspective. 2 from 18 on break points, and he gets broken in the 5th when he's 40-15 up.
When was the last time? Right, we've been here before though. We've been here before. 5-3 in a 5th setter.
You mean today?
Alcaraz was 5-3 down.
Yeah. Maybe some Sinner fans have just unsubscribed.
Yeah.
Okay, 15 love.
Yes, this has been an absolutely monumental effort from Djokovic, but Sinner has not been on it today.
No.
In terms of unforced errors, by any means. Feels as though. Yep. When was the last time both Australian men's semi-finals were 4 hours plus?
What about 2009? So Nadal definitely was 4 hours plus against Verdasco. Who did Federer play? Did he play Wawrinka in the other semi? And I think it was a 5-setter as well. 2009. I'm going to have a look while you watch this point.
So second serve for Djokovic to look at here. 30 love Sinner. Good return from Djokovic. Another good backhand. Oh, misses into the net on the forehand. So 40 love. Sinner still shaking his fist. Hasn't been that emotive. This match, obviously, Sinner's not an emotion. You don't often see big outpours of emotion from Sinner. I can actually count on one hand, I think, how many times I've seen an emotional outpour from Sinner. As in a big one. Not even when he won Wimbledon. He was obviously enjoyed, but he wasn't. He had more of a reaction when he beat Zverev in the Cincinnati semi-final. Drop shot from Sinner. Djokovic gets there. Sinner gets there and lands it. Okay, holds to love. So we will have one game.
Back in 2009, and it wasn't until actually about 3 or 4 years ago, the men's semi-finals were split over 2 days. So on the Thursday would be one men's semi-final, on the Friday the other. And the semi-final, it's Federer against Roddick, straight sets. But that was on the Thursday, and then Nadal has an epic. And Nadal has spoken about how his body was just an absolute mess after the 5-set win over Verdasco, and just couldn't believe that he'd be okay for the final on the Sunday. And yet, a couple of days later, he's winning it in 5 sets. Albeit it wasn't a particularly grueling 5-setter compared to some of the other Nadal Federer 5-setters, for example, at Wimbledon and stuff like that. But still, yeah, that's that. All right, so Novak Djokovic, your time is now. As Dan says, needs to hold serve now. But if he does, he wins this match in 5 epic sets. And he'll be in another Australian Open final. And he's never lost an Australian Open final, I think. I think he's played 10 and won all 10. I think we might have momentarily lost Fergus.
No, sorry.
Okay.
Okay, this will be a 38th career Grand Slam final.
Yeah, and I think all his Aussie Open finals he's won, I think.
Yeah, I believe so.
I think Daisy's going to join you for a little bit on Sunday.
Yes, I believe she is.
Maybe just for an hour, but she'll be there.
Have I got anyone else?
Yeah, Jamie should join you for a spell. Okay. But I don't know how long that spell will be. Anyway, Djokovic here serving for the match. And a place in another Australian Open semi-final. 160 of you tuning in. 4-0 against the GOAT in Oz Open finals. Yeah, so obviously this is Jack shouting up for Murray. So you are right. I think it is 4 Aussie Open finals for Murray.
Yeah. Okay, 15 love.
Jack, by the way, if you are still with us, if you do want to join us post-match, feel free to just log in and I'll bring you forward. If you're free, you might be coaching. I don't know.
Wow, that's a bad miss from Sinner. Struff finally got his title in Munich in 24. Beat Fritz in the final.
Yep, it was in Munich. Yeah,
freezing cold that week.
Great. See you in a moment, Jack. If you need a code, I'll give it to you.
30-11. Wow, Sinner making this relatively easy for Djokovic.
He did in the first couple of points, yeah.
You saying he did gave me an indication that it wasn't 40-11.
Sorry, yeah, I've given that one away, haven't I?
Okay, that's fine.
I've done a pretty good job, I think.
You have. Sinner now in the service game. Jokovic steps up to the plate. Backhand return from Sinner. Or on the line from Jokovic. Into the net from Sinner. We will have 2 match points for Novak Djokovic to reach a 38th career Grand Slam final.
I'm going to turn my
Unreal.
TV down. Can you hear my TV, by the way?
I can hear it when it starts
All right, so I'm
screaming.
going to turn it down. So it's not. I mean, I haven't seen the point yet, so I'm the same as you. 2 match points.
Okay.
I'll turn my TV down.
Okay. What has Jannik Sinner got? What's Novak Djokovic got? He's got to go ace. He's got to go up the tee, surely. No, he doesn't. He goes to the forehand. Sinner finds the return. Backhand to backhand exchange. Yeah. That super passive backhand to backhand exchange. Sinner changes to the forehand. Oh, Djokovic is there. Sinner decides not to come in off of it. Oh my god, why is this the longest rally of the match? Djokovic nets. Okay.
18 shots, so not quite, but yes, epic. There's a Serbian in the crowd whose eyes are quite puffy. I don't know if it's lack of sleep or alcohol or I don't know what. But anyway, 40-30, still another match point.
Oh yeah, I've just seen it. Okay, 40-30, the second match point. Sinner still fighting. Hi, Rob. Sinner still 204 people, 263 people. Blimey,
wow.
How many? It's been 4 hours 5, 4 hours 10, something like that. Second match point.
My goodness. You have to. My goodness me. I just can't say anything, but oh my goodness.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't.
There were 3 moments when I thought that rally was done, including the final shot, by the way, that I thought I thought Sinner would put this long. If Djokovic doesn't win the match, by the way, now, because that is a point that he wins not 99 times out of 100, 999 times out of 1,000. By the way, everyone, we've got over 300 people tuning in right now. Click the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Djokovic has seen 2 match points come and go.
I actually can't
believe he's still in the ascendancy, of course, and he's just 2 points away on serve.
I can't believe he's just missed that. I can't believe he's just hasn't. Sinner guessed right. Djokovic had the entire open court.
Anyway, buckle up again.
Oh, misses the return. Okay, another match point. My God, if Sinner had found
to then get a first serve in immediately afterwards and unreturn one as well is pretty strong mentally. Yeah.
Okay. Third chance for Djokovic to get it done. Reach a 38th Grand Slam final.
I'm going to tell you this. It's a second serve that Sinner's going to get to look at. So that's good news for him.
It is. Unbelievable return on the second match point, by the way, from Sinner.
Yeah.
You can get it. Okay, second serve for Sinner to look at. Djokovic bouncing the ball, thinking about where he's going to put it. Goes up, goes slow. Sinner finds the forehand return, goes into the backhand side, backhand to backhand exchange. He pulls it. Djokovic is in the Australian Open final. He beats Sinner in an absolute classic. 3-6, 6-3, 4-6, 6-4, 6-4. Djokovic still has it at 38 years old.
He does. He still has it. Jack is joining us now as well.
He reaches the first Grand Slam final since Wimbledon 2024.
I mean,
unbelievable.
That was wild. Emotion, of course, amongst his team, understandably so. I can hear Jack. I don't see him yet, but I can hear him. How are you, Jack? All right?
I'm here. I'm ecstatic. Absolutely ecstatic. It's about the most invested I've been in a tennis match for a year, I would say.
Wow. Yeah.
Over the moon.
Listen, let's first of all start with Novak to you both, but I'll start with you, Jack, and then come over to you, Fergus. Listen, never ever rule him out. Well, of course, he is the mental giant, the mental goat. I mean, the first set, Jack, by the way, the first 4 games, I think Fergus and I were just talking about this a few moments ago. He had a break point to go 4-love up, and I'm like, this is going to be a beatdown. It had more than echoes of the Wimbledon semi. It had more than echoes of basically most of the matches between these two recently. And that's how it felt. And even when Djokovic gets up a break in the second set, he then is at love 40. And you're thinking, okay, normality resumes. Jannik wins this in 3. But obviously, break points being very much the story of the day, with Novak saving 16 out of 18 before ultimately winning in 5 sets. Jack, give me your thoughts.
I think the stars aligned for this match. And it's just so great to see. Obviously, Novak came in pretty fresh, especially after that quarterfinal, which was obviously a very lucky stroke of fortune. And he obviously was playing really well. Like, he was playing really well. The forehand was insane. The forehand was probably about as red line as Novak goes for it, I would say. He doesn't really hit it any harder than that. Serving was amazing. And maybe Sinner was average, I would say. I don't think he played a bad match, but Novak played amazing. It's so good to see. I was just quietly saying at the start of the tournament, I'm not counting him out. He's got a chance. Didn't really think he would be beating Sinner, to be honest. I kind of thought it would be Alcaraz, and if Sinner went out early. But here we go. Here we are. And it was always only going to happen in Australia at the start of the year when his body, was kind of as fresh as it could be. And it's amazing to represent the old guard in this way. Love it.
Yeah. What about you, Fergus?
I literally have no idea what just happened, really. I actually think that's probably the best Novak's played probably since ATP Finals 23. I just
it's probably his best tennis since 2023 across a few hours. Anyway,
yeah. To win in 5 versus Sinner, who last year has an unbelievable Grand Slam record, and just the forehand today was the best I've seen his forehand in years. And he was holding his chest during set 3, looked like he had an issue, took some tablets, and then suddenly was completely revitalized. And even after losing set 3, broke at the start of set 4, just return was ridiculous today. Even though he had 27 aces fired past him, he still managed to break Sinner multiple times. Was it 3 times? And Sinner being 16 out of being 2 out of 18 on break points.
Yeah, I framed it because we were talking about Novak, but I sort of framed it obviously 16 from 18 saved, but also, of course, 2 from 18 converted.
Not many blowing. Not many blowing, I would have said.
No, but there were. I remember 4 or 5 sort of thing. At love 40, that first one in the second set, Fergus, you remember that one? He chases down and somehow contrives to put it out. Yeah, there's probably a good 10 or 12 in there that Novak saved, very much so.
Yeah.
But you could see when that third and final one was just that. In fact, the 18th one just happened and just finished it. So it went from 30-40 to deuce. You saw the look on Jannik's face. It was just like, what is going on here?
There was one in particular in the 4th set I remember. He was up 4-3. I think he had a second serve. He nailed the second serve out wide in the line, came in to volley it, and it was a sharp volley, really clean. That kind of level, I mean, he was so brave today. That kind of stuff was just happening all the time. And it's real. I really, really, really want him to win. I really want him to win.
Do you? Okay.
I really do. And
this is an Andy Murray fan who's obviously bruised, as you highlighted earlier, from 4 Aussie Open defeats.
That's water under the bridge, John. That was a long time ago.
Yes, I know. But you're also, you're not a Djokovic fan by any stretch of the imagination.
I think since Andy left, I've quietly been rooting for Novak, but there's just not been much to write home about for the last couple of years. So it's just not been quite as fired up as it is now. Now it's a real chance. So
got it. Yeah. What are your thoughts? Let's turn our mind. Well, listen, just one more thing on Jannik. Another horrible 5-set loss for him. He's had quite a few, but of course, most notably the French Open final last year. Yeah. And horrible today because he was up 2-1. Horrible today because he's the young guy and he's the favorite and he's comes out, wins the first set quite comfortably, looking good. And horrible because of those 18 break points that he only converts 2 on. And obviously on 2 occasions, he was love 40 on Novak's serve. He'll be all right short to mid term, won't he, Jack? Yeah,
he'll be fine. Yeah, he's not a fifth set player.
No.
Do you know what I mean? He's not.
Below 2023, Carlos 2022 and 2025 today. I wouldn't be surprised if he's got a negative in the 5 setters. You know, Zverev
he does have a negative in the 5 setters. He 100% does. And you know, you can say, oh, the other guy was better on the day, but it keeps happening. And I used to say it was kind of physical, but that's.
I think it is. You think it's mental, do you, Jack? Because I think it's still
slightly
physical.
Mental. Yeah, slightly mental. I do think Sinner's one of those guys who. He's one of those guys. Sinner is Sinner. His level is just so amazing all the time, but he doesn't quite raise it. Like, you know, he's not gritty. He's not a gritty player for me. He's just insanely good all the time, but he doesn't have that like grit when it gets really tight, long in a match. Like, we've not seen that from him. And Alcaraz obviously has shown that time and time again. He's got that for me. He's got that factor. Novak's historically the best at that, I would say. And Sinner's not quite got it yet. And that's fine. He can prove me wrong at some point. But at the moment, we've not seen it.
Indeed. All right. Fergus, let's cast our minds towards the final. What are your thoughts? Head-to-head, I'm going to have a quick look at it now. Is it one more for Djokovic? Is it maybe even, actually? It might be close to even. I'm going to have a quick look. It might be one more win for Novak than Carlos. 5-4 in Novak's favour. But actually, before we think about the head-to-head, let's think about their passages to the final. Obviously, Novak has not had a huge amount of time on court until today, and that kind of nullifies any freshness that he might have potentially had. Carlos, again, was pretty comfortable in terms of court time until today. But yeah, I think if we look at the levels until today, you would make, if these two were playing in the semi-final, you would make Carlos the hot favourite. And yet, today obviously changes quite a bit. How much does it change, Fergus?
I mean, Alcaraz, my main thing that I'm thinking is that Alcaraz obviously had these physical issues during the match, and it went an hour and 12 minutes longer than Djokovic's did. Djokovic didn't seem to have any issues, was definitely puffing by the end, but didn't have any really physical issues that you could fully tell.
In the final set, no, he sort of recovered, and he had those issues in 2, 3, 4 sets, if you like. But fifth
you also
set,
have to take into account that it's Djokovic. You know how many times we've seen him absolutely look dead and buried on tennis court, and then he somehow pulls out, something ridiculous. So, I think my biggest question mark coming into this was actually I think Djokovic was undercooked. Hadn't played enough tennis to compete with Sinner today, and I'm going to shove that up my, but he was just the grit and I've said this so many times. The serve up the tee today was superb. Was just got him so many free points, and I thought Sinner is usually so good at covering it because he has a really long wingspan. And he just rolls his wrist over the forehand to find an easy return. But he was so good today, serving up the tee, and the +1 forehand, whether it was cross or down the line, was just ridiculous. In terms of actually, I can't help but think that this is not a one-off, because that feels very, not rude, but very naive to say. But I do think Carlos is still 64%, 65% favorite. Even though Novak has the head-to-head, and it seems that Novak somehow pulls out something ridiculous every single time they play against each other. I just think that I still think Carlos is the best player in the world. Have to doubt Carlos. Have to doubt Carlos. Have to back Carlos. Sorry.
Yeah, Jack. How does today's matches influence your thinking regarding the final?
I don't know. I think I want to disagree with Fergus. Maybe I want to, but I'll state my case. One match comes to mind, thinking before this final. I 100% think he can match that level when he played Carlos in the Olympics final. He wants it so bad. He's probably fresher than that final. It's on a surface that actually he would prefer. I think he'll bring that level, and whether Carlos can match it or not, Carlos obviously is a bit of an X factor. Sometimes he can just come out and nobody can beat him. So there is always just that maybe. But I'm genuinely expecting just the stars seem to have aligned, because this wasn't even that. I know it was a long match, but it wasn't that exhausting. The way Djokovic played, and this was obviously a conscious decision. He played big so that he wouldn't have to get caught in all these insane rallies. His body wouldn't be absolutely destroyed by the end. I mean, he was really going for it in the forehand. He barely got into any kind of long exchanges from the back of the court. And it's all just set up perfectly for one more chance. And I think this is it. If he doesn't do it, that's it. And he knows that, and he'll just like kill himself on the court, whatever it takes. So I do think I'm going to back Djokovic.
I'm backing Carlos, but I would normally be backing him 80-20, but I'm now backing him 55-45. And the reason for that is some of the things you've highlighted, but this is Carlos's weakest slam, at least in terms of results, and never won it obviously before, so that brings him in a bit. It's also Novak's most impressive in terms of him winning here 10 times. It's also today a little bit, I think that just elevates Djokovic a bit and deflates, even though he's won the match, just because of how physically grueling it was, as we saw for Carlos, and the amount of time he had on the court, and also the amount of time, of course, he'll have had on the court over the last 12 days. They've played, of course, each other in Australia before. That went the way of Novak as well. Novak has a slightly favorable head-to-head, but, you know, the last recent matches, you know, I'm thinking Wimbledon 23, Wimbledon 24, US Open last year. So he's, I think, 3-1 over those sort of 4 matches. Obviously, the Olympics went Novak's way, but there was a lot of breakpoint opportunities that day. But a lot of things are bringing it very close to 50-50. Normally, this was like the US Open semi-final was 80-20, and it turned out to be an 80-20 or even a 90-10 in terms of how comfortable it was. But Novak has said over the last 6 months, pretty much, he keeps coming up to these semi-finals, and he's just struggling physically because of what he's gone through over the previous 10 days. This time he said, well, at least that isn't going to be the case, because obviously he didn't play hardly for the last 7 days or so, 6 days or so. So that helps. But I'm still thinking Carlos is top level. Jannik's top level as well. But Jannik didn't bring his top level today.
No, Jannik.
Almost not at
Jack's
all.
almost kind of convinced me that he's kind of reeled me in here. I kind of think that
Don't be intimidated by him. He's not. When
no,
you
I'm
meet
not. Novak wants it so
you're
bad.
like an opponent of Novak's. You're just like, oh, he's beaten me before we've gone on court.
Novak wants it so bad that he might. Right, listen. I think Carlos takes the first set. I think Carlos takes the first set because I think Novak will start slowly on Sunday. I think he will.
He started slowly today.
Very slowly today.
Today he wasn't G'd up. He was down like almost 4-love, and I said to Fergus, I said, it's like some of these other semis we've seen. He's just not pumped. But he then got into it at the beginning of the second set. From that moment onwards, he was clearly back to normal, if you like, at least in terms of.
I still am backing Carlos, but I'm gonna say I think it's like 52-48 Carlos. Like, I really, if Novak, this is his last chance, but it also actually fills me with confidence for Wimbledon that he could possibly have another chance there.
Just regarding the head-to-head, Jack, what do you think about the patterns of play that we've seen in the past? Well, also today as well, to some extent. You are Carlos's coach. What are you telling him? Just, I guess, really with Carlos, he's a little bit less coachable compared to, say, Jannik and even Novak. And you just say, look, play your game, don't get distracted, etc., etc. But anything else that we should be keeping an eye on?
I think the kind of risk-reward to go in.
Is he a little bit more patient these days?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say, actually. I do think he'll back himself from the back of the court. He'll play his way into it. It's very tricky against Novak. Obviously, there's not many weaknesses. Maybe if you can... Now, the thing is, I would have said before the match, if you can get him on the run, to the forehand, you might have a chance. But Novak was covering that shot so well today. So well. Like the best I've ever seen him. Not ever, but the best I've seen him cover that in the last couple of years, which is huge against these guys who can really get you running about really quickly and punish you for it.
I don't know if he listens, though, Ghosty. That's what I'm saying. Go on, and carry on.
And again, it's like Novak takes away a few of those strengths in the serve. It's like the kicker is quite a big one for Alcaraz, especially kind of coming forward and finding the forehand. It doesn't really work that well against Novak. Same against Sinner, to be fair. You can't really rush him that much either. It's a hard court. Like, what's the record on hard courts for Novak?
Just a
against Carlos.
moment. So obviously Australian Open, it's gone his way. Hard courts are the first one went Novak's way, so that's 1-0. Second one was hard court, albeit indoors. That's 2-0. I think it's 3-0. Oh no, 3-1. Carlos got his first win on the hard court at the US Open last year. So 3-1.
Yeah, 3-1. Okay. And then US is like, we know what Novak's
Yeah,
like.
it's a little bit more sort of Spanish friendly, shall we say, in terms of Rafa. Obviously,
Well, also he's just tired at that point in the year, and
yeah,
we can maybe put a wee asterisk on it. Cincinnati is more like the kind of match I'm hoping for. Expecting.
Oh, what a match that was!
Yeah.
In fact, to be honest with you, it's just because probably the last 2 or 3 haven't quite hit the peaks. But think back to Wimbledon and Cincinnati, and also that first match they had in Madrid. Those 3 of the first 4 encounters between them were just legendary, put it in the Hall of Fame kind of matches that we were they went such a long time, didn't they, without playing each other from that Madrid match until we were like, when are they going to play each other again? And they didn't play each other for over a year until the French Open of 2023. But that was obviously the underwhelming one because of the cramps that Carlos had.
Yeah.
But yeah, regarding Novak, if he serves like today and he serves like he has really in this final sort of flourish from Novak in his career, I think he's serving possibly better than ever.
He served amazing. Or just he's had spells where he's served just as well.
I know.
But about his peak, I agree. So what were you going to say there, Fergus?
Yeah, I think today was the best I've seen Novak serve. Obviously, like he's always like. They say that like when you as you get older, the serve is the last thing to go in terms of like because Wawrinka still has a really strong serve, and so does Monfils. Is just like a couple of examples of people that are about to near retirement. But what I was going to ask is if he wins on Sunday, does he retire on the spot?
That would be a hell of a mic drop. I don't think so because I think he's just too good at the moment. He's too close to the top that he'll think I might get a Wimbledon still. And
if he knows
I don't dislike it, but he's also talked so much about this Olympics in 2020. It's not like he said it once off the cuff or he got pressed on it. He just every chance he gets to mention that Olympics in 2028 that he talks about it so much that I think he would. But I like the mic drop. And I like the mic drop for several reasons because he'll have a winning head-to-head against Carlos. Even if Carlos or Jannik go on to win 26 slams, which I don't think they will, but even if they did, it'll be like, yeah, but I don't know. The mic drop moment elevates it to another level. But I don't think it'll happen, right, Jack?
I don't think so. But only because Novak is confirming everything he said. You listen to him, he talks about the reason he's still in tennis because he thinks he can beat these guys. He's now proved it. He knows he can beat these guys. And if he's still beating these guys, he knows he can win more slams. And that's the reason he's still around, because he still wants to just increase that record. He's just a freak of nature in that way, isn't he? Just
5-set record. This is one thing in Carlos's favour. Now, I know Novak is fine over 5 sets. As winning 24 slams has proven. But 5 sets, Carlos?
12 and 1.
Is he better?
Carlos is, I'm sure percentage-wise, I'm sure Carlos is better, because Carlos is 14 and 1. So that's like a 5th set percentage of like 93% or something.
14 and 1. Oh my god.
That's Carlos. It might even be 15 and 1, but I think it's 14 and 1. Now, I know Novak will be very favourable, but he's probably something like 75%. Just because of the numbers, he'll have probably played 30-odd 5-setters, I guess.
So when was that Berrettini match? That 2022?
2022. I actually said by mistake the other day that was his first 5-set and he lost it, but actually I think he'd already had his 5-set with Tsitsipas in 21 that I think he won. But it was early on in the spell, so he's actually on like 12 or 13 in a row as well.
Oh my god, that is freaky, isn't it? That is just
it is, and I think it helps him a little bit in the mental side of it today. For example, I think it does have a big influence that you're going, you know what, I'm gonna break down in the 5th, but it's all right. I've beaten Zverev over 5 sets as well in a Grand Slam final. It's okay, and plus Zverev is a choker anyway, and today was another huge example of that. But listen, pumped for the final. It's been an unbelievable day of tennis.
Yeah, what a day. What a day.
What a day.
You were just talking about the other day, John. It needed the Australian Open needed something to bring it to life. That was fantastic.
Yeah. I'm still greedy, so I want another couple of epics in the women's final tomorrow and on Sunday. But I think we've got a hell of a chance of that. In the women's, by the way, we had 13 of the last 14 matches have been straight sets, which statistically is super weird when you're playing best of 3. So yeah, fingers crossed we get an epic tomorrow on that one. But I'm optimistic.
First time since the Williams sisters, is that right? Like playing each other in the final. The two finals.
Do you mean WTA finals followed by the Aussie Open final, or?
No, sorry. I mean, first time in a slam final since the Williams sisters played each other that both finalists have won without dropping a set.
Oh, okay. Right, gotcha. 2017, that would have been, right?
Yes.
Was it 2017?
I'm thinking of the Australian Open final.
Yeah.
Would be the last thing that
2017, yeah. By the way, Snehil in the chat is a big Novak fan. He's enjoying this moment, as of course he should. But he's also been like, never rule him out, never rule him out. Snehil, I remember 4 hours ago when you were like, this is why Novak should have retired last year. So I've got a longer memory. Put it that. It's not that long ago. I'm old enough to remember 4 hours ago. Anyway, all right. Listen, on that bombshell, I think it's time to bring another epic stream to an end. Thank you, Jack, for the cameo at the end, the glory hunter that Jack just decided to get.
You guys have probably been here about 5 hours. Apologies.
Yes, 5.5 hours. Ferguson, I think, has been here non-stop. I had to have a brief moment where I had some kitchen work being done, which is actually half done right now. So they're coming back to
I joined for the last hour and a half of
oh yeah, well, yeah, he's putting me out today for sure.
Yeah.
All right, guys, big thanks for joining. Make sure you join us as well tomorrow for the Aussie Open Women's Final and, of course, the Men's Final as well on Sunday. And that is going to be contested by Carlos Alcaraz and Novak Djokovic. Yes, you heard me right. Novak Djokovic. Thanks, guys.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Cheers.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.